We ready to roll? All right. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on November 12, 2021. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss one topic, the Corporate Officer Performance Review and Compensation Adjustment for Vice President Scott Foch. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do, in fact. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 9:01 a.m., to discuss one topic, the Corporate Officer Performance Review and Compensation Adjustment for Scott Foch, Vice President, Corporate Strategy and Governance. A closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information, as well as performance evaluation information. A closed session is necessary to prevent needless injury to Mr. Foch's reputation, and he has not requested a public meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hinders, will you please call roll? We cannot hear you. No.
Mo, are you there?
She's chatted that she's speaking. But we cannot hear her.
How about if I call roll? Is that allowable, Director Bogner?
Yes, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. Bogner.
Yes.
Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
Mulhoff.
Yes.
Moody. Yes. Spurgeon.
Yes.
Williams. Director Williams, I don't see him. Is Director Williams with us today? Not yet?
He has not joined yet.
Okay, very good. And Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding the Corporate Officer Performance Review and Compensation Adjustment for Vice President Scott Foch. No vote or other action will be taken. All right, at this time, our WebEx event host will remove any public attendees from the event. We'll stop the WebEx event recording and lock the WebEx once we have the necessary parties. Okay, I have 10 o'clock. So a motion and second is required to reconvene an open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Second.
Ms. Hinders? Ms. Hinders, will you call roll?
She may be having mic issues. I'm happy to call roll. This is Scott.
Thank you. Please do so.
Bogner,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Mulhoff.
Yes.
Make sure I'm getting one. Spurgeon,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Yoder,
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
I believe I have everyone. Thank you, Chair Bogner.
All right, motion carried. The motion to come out of closed session at 10:01 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding one topic, the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Vice President Scott Bosch. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, November 18th. The board meeting will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events. For your awareness, in August, the board approved a resolution to require in-person attendees wear masks at our meetings. We are following the Centers for Disease Control recommendation to wear masks indoors when Douglas County is designated by the CDC as an area of substantial or high transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our executive leadership team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, there are several attendees in this meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss one topic, the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Scott Bosch, Vice President, Corporate Strategy and Governance. We will hear the following committee reports. Director Moody will provide the governance report. Director Yoder will provide the Finance Committee report. Director Williams will provide the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight report. And Director Mulhoff will provide the Public Information report. Javier Fernandez will now give us the safety briefing. Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair Bogner. My safety briefing today, it's really talking about reminders, a lot of reminders. And I think safety is grounded on repetition of messages. And this is something that we are very proud of at OPPD. 2 reminders for you today is your physical safety and your psychological safety reminders. On the physical safety side, I'll summarize what you have on the screen, but it's really make sure that regardless of your location, whether you're in the office or you're at home, make sure that you have awareness of where fire extinguishers are, make sure that they are in good working condition. If you have a first aid kit, make sure that you know where it is and make sure that at least once every 6 months you open it up. Make sure that it is well stocked. It won't help you much if you don't have the right tools in your first aid kit. Make sure that you know where your AED is located, and if you are trained, make sure that you know where it is. And if you're not trained, I encourage you to get trained for CPR and AED. You could really save someone's life. I encourage you to look at your surroundings, make sure you know where the exits are, have a plan to exit the building in case of an emergency. If for those of you like myself who are in a building with elevators, make sure that you don't use elevators in case of a fire, but use the stairwell instead. We are already in November, so hopefully the tornado season is behind us, but it's always important to remind ourselves where to shelter if there is inclement weather, whether you're at home or in a public building. And the last thing I will say on the physical side is for those people attending who are online, it'll be important if you're experiencing a medical issue, make sure that someone on the call, someone on the WebEx call knows how to reach you. And if you're experiencing again, a medical issue, make sure that someone on the call can assist you, either by calling 911 or sending help your way. The other part of the safety briefing has to do with psychological safety. And I am not going to read the whole thing here, but it's really about earning and extending trust. Make sure that we have a good conversation. We are going to have good conversations today here at the committee meeting, but also every conversation we have at OPPD, that we are earning and we're extending trust and grace, and that everyone has the psychological safety to bring good ideas to the table. This is really how we get better. And this is how we all make OPPD stronger. And with that, I will end my safety briefing for today.
All right, thank you. Okay, first up, we have the Governance Committee Chair Report. Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Javier, I just want to give you a high five for that psychological safety reminder. That was really good. Well done. Okay, colleagues, we had a Governance Committee meeting on November 11th. You can see the agenda in front of you today. I'll run through this quickly because there are a couple things that we want to quickly mention during this report, and then we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. Number one, we will discuss in a bit. Number two, we will also discuss in a bit. Number three, we all did receive the first draft of LRI's report summarizing our board workshop, which occurred, boy, was that October, I believe, early October. We didn't really have a long conversation about it as a governance committee. I think more than anything, Mr. Foch gave you all via email a deadline to review and provide any comments or questions by November 24th. So you have 8 days. So please, if you have a moment, take a look. It's a pretty well documented summary, pretty succinct. So you don't have a ton of work in front of you from a review standpoint, but if you have any comments or questions, please let Scott know. Number four, OPPD 75th anniversary celebration. So OPPD is turning 75, which is a very exciting event. And so the district is planning a few different activities to celebrate our 75th anniversary. I'm going to quickly highlight the employee-only event, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Olson really quickly to talk about what the public can and should expect. Colleagues, all of you know the district is holding an employee-only special event on November 22nd. So a few of us are able to attend. We're keeping it to 4 or fewer to avoid any quorum issues. So that is not a public event. But a few of us are attending, and I'm personally really excited about getting together safely getting together with our OPPD colleagues to celebrate our 75th anniversary. Lisa, if you could you give the public just a super quick heads up on what they should expect?
Yes, thank you so much, Director Moody. The team is working really hard. We have such a rich history here at Omaha Public Power District, 75 years, and we really have been pillars all the way along. And we are going to be celebrating our past, but we're also going to be teeing up Powering the Future for 2050. I know that seems a long way out there, but we are visionaries and want to make sure that we tee that up as well. So the public, starting the first week in December, will be seeing a lot of the history portions about Omaha Public Power District, but then during the next several months and years, we'll be engaging with the community on powering the future of 2050 and what the utility could look like. So we're celebrating the past and we're planning for the future. So look forward to it on social media, all of our communication, websites, the wire stories, every which way, and we will be engaging the public along this journey. So we're proud of our past and we're going to be extremely proud of our future. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Olson. Very exciting times at OPPD, celebrating 75 years of exceptional work. And as you said, thinking about where we're going in the future is exciting as well. Okay, and then the remainder of the agenda is pretty standard. We confirmed our board work plan and we're provided a summary of committee direction. So that is the Governance Chair Committee report. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is a corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Mr. Foch. As you all know, we had a discussion. This was the only topic on the agenda for our closed session this morning. So we saw the performance review for Mr. Foch and had a good conversation about his work and the value that he is adding to the organization. We don't necessarily have a whole lot to talk about now because we pretty well ran that to ground in closed session. Javier, I don't know if there's anything that you need to add or if this is, if we've achieved what we need to in closed session.
I think we achieved what we need to in closed session, but I would highlight, if I have the opportunity, just to highlight the word value. I think what you just mentioned right now, it's really the value that not only Scott, but the rest of the executive team are providing to the district and to our region. In the case of Scott, the work that he has done on strategy and creating a vision for OPPD for 2050. Powering the Future to 2050 is a collective effort, but it would not have happened. I am 100% positive it would not have happened without the shepherding of Scott and his team and how they have really elevated our strategic work at OPPD. It's creating that vision that allows us to then continue to create plans to achieve that vision. Another highlight of Scott's work, and it's something that it was very, very evident to us this past summer, was the completion of the Polar Vortex After Action report, one that I wish we didn't have to do. I wish we didn't have to go through polar vortex, but having the professionalism and the approach on risk-based management to make sure that we are learning from all of our events. In fact, his team right now is really busy conducting a similar report and analysis for the July storm. So very, very pleased with the work that Scott has done. The energy that he injects to the executive team is inspiring. And for those reasons, I am proposing what you have on your screen, which is a 4.5% increase on a merit for being above expectations on his key accountabilities, and also recommending a 1% market adjustment that reflects the years that Scott has been doing this work for OPPD, and would put these two combined would put his salary at 85% of the midpoint for his salary range. So certainly room for growth, but also a good opportunity for us to acknowledge the work that Mr. Foch has delivered to the district, the value that he has delivered.
Very good. Thank you, Javier. I will just echo everything that you just said without repeating it. Scott has done a magnificent job. I've enjoyed working with Scott over the years, and in particular as chair of the governance committee, I get to spend a lot of time with Mr. Foch, which I appreciate all of the great work he does to carry our district forward, to keep us organized as a board, to help us think about our work and making our work better. One of my key takeaways from the workshop in October, quite honestly, was LRI noted, that's the consultant that we used that came in and facilitated, noted that we're not at Governance 101. Our board is pretty high functioning, and that's something I talk a lot about. And I give Scott a lot of credit for his work to help us be a board that is working well together. That's not an easy task to herd those cats. So kudos to Scott. Okay, I'll pause and see if anyone else on the board has a comment or question on this matter before we move on to the next one. I don't see any hands. I see Director Williams. Go ahead, Eric.
Yep, Greg, I was on the phone earlier. I just wanted to jump in and echo and say I appreciate everything Scott does, and glad to have him on the team, and glad for all of his leadership, particularly as we look toward that 2050 vision. Thanks very much.
Right on. Thank you, Director Williams. Pausing for others. Not seeing any. We will move on to the next agenda item. Thank you all. Ms. Pinder, we're going to talk about a severance agreement. You're up.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We gotcha.
Excellent. Thank you. We have one person who is receiving a severance agreement, and this is because the position is being terminated So as you know, PPD implemented the accountable management system several years ago. And as a part of that system, there were certain pockets of talent that may have been redeployed because it was no longer needed within the organization. The severance agreement seeks to make this employee not whole, but to recognize his contributions to the organization. And as is stated by law, we are required to disclose to this board any agreement that exceeds $50,000. The employee's name and the amount of the agreement is listed, and we are happy to answer any questions regarding that.
Mikkel, I see Director Kavanaugh has his hand up. Go ahead, Mike. Mike, if you're muted. There we go.
Sorry. Here we go. Thanks, Greg. Mikkel, is this position at Fort Calhoun, I presume?
It is not. It is a position within the technology business unit.
Okay. How long was the person employed by OPPD?
The person was employed with OPPD in excess of 10 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for those questions, Director Kavanaugh. Other colleagues, any questions? Scanning for hands. I do not see any. Okay. Thank you, Mikkel. That's what we needed. Very well done. We'll go ahead and move on. Next is a pretty important topic, an amendment to OPPD's petition for creation, which a lot of words there that perhaps if you just scan them on the surface, it's not really clear what it is. What this is redistricting for us. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is something that should be familiar to all of you now, colleagues. Backing up for just a moment to make sure we're all on the same page and for the public's information. As you all know, there was a census conducted in 2020. That means that for all elected bodies, they do redistricting based on those new census figures. Part of what's important to know is that, and again, I think this is relatively common knowledge, those census figures were slow to be released. And so that put several of the next steps sort of delayed them rather substantially before we obtained what we needed in order for us to do our redistricting. But nevertheless, the legislature got to work and created new congressional and legislative district boundaries, and then passed that information on to election commissioners who then created new precincts and precinct boundaries, which is what really the most important thing that our team needed in order to do redistricting. From there, and I'll tee you up here in a minute, Mr. Bruckner, the district, once we obtained that information, our legal team got to work using the legal requirements for how redistricting was to occur, and those really consist of the following requirements: that these districts be compact and contiguous, that they follow county lines wherever practicable, that they are of substantially equal population to the number of electors in such other district subdivisions, and that they follow precinct lines created by those election commissioners or county clerks of the counties in the district service territory. So Mr. Bruckner and his team secured the assistance of the Metropolitan Area Planning Agency, who has expertise using GIS and maps and all sorts of other fancy tools to do this work. And so they worked together to prepare refined subdistrict boundaries for us. The governance committee, as I said, met on November 11th. I believe we saw the first version of those maps maybe on November 10th. So again, this has all happened rather quickly. So kudos to the entire team for moving so quickly to pull these together. As is articulated here, the next step is for us to approve them on Thursday, and we'll take some time to answer questions here. I think it's really important we do. Assuming that we do approve those on Thursday, they will go to the Power Review Board for review and approval. And then the new district boundaries must be drawn and submitted to the election commissioner or county clerk by December 30th. So we've got a year-end deadline for which these need to be submitted, so that once we get going on re-elections, and there are 2 elections next year, we know who our electors are. One thing that I think is really, really important that I want to point out is that we approach this from the standpoint of letting the experts do their work to draw the boundaries. The board was really not involved in any way in saying, let's move this line that way, let's move a line that way. We turn this over to the experts, and in many ways, we are following what I think is the best practice, which is to let those rules, guidelines, and laws dictate where the boundaries are, rather than choosing who elects us. It's going to be the inverse, which I'm really proud of this board for doing that, because it's really easy to look at a map and go, oh, that's going to make my election either harder or more difficult. And we didn't do that. We haven't tweaked these lines in any way, shape, or form. Now, there were questions at the governance committee, and again, because we saw them so briefly, we did have a couple questions. So I believe the in-house expert from MAPPA is with us today to answer any questions that we have. And so again, colleagues, I know that I touched base with all of you that were not on the governance committee to check in and just affirm that you were comfortable and didn't have any major compelling issues with the boundary. None of you indicated that you did. But nevertheless, there were questions, and I think in some cases it's important to get those questions out into the public domain so that we have an understanding and the public has an understanding for how and why some of these lines may have shifted. I've reviewed them several times. Certainly I think the team did a really good job of drawing lines that made a heck of a lot more sense in some cases, rather than kind of jumping around and seeing a little bit gerrymandered. Not suggesting that that happened, but it definitely seemed much tidier than perhaps the previous maps did. So I'm going to pause, and before I open it up for questions from colleagues, I'm looking to you, Mr. Bruckner, to see if there's anything critical that I missed with respect to the process and where we are today.
Thank you, Director Moody. I think you've covered all of this very thoroughly. You've described the legal standards that have to be applied when OPPD is engaged in establishing new election subdivisions based on the results of the most recent decennial census, in our case, the 2020 census. I would like to recognize the assistance that we received, especially from Josh Corrigan with MAPPA, the Metropolitan Area Planning Agency, and also Maggie Rossiter from our office assisted a great deal in getting this ready on a very tight time frame. And finally, Scott Foch and Mo Hinners for their patience and resilience in dealing with the scramble that we engaged in over basically a week's or less than a week period of time to get the materials before the board and before the public. We have prepared a legal opinion which states that these proposed maps that are before you and shown on the screen right now do comply with all of the legal standards, including the requirement that they be of substantially equal population. You can see right there that the legal standard is roughly plus or minus 5%. We're well within that, with the greatest deviation being only 1.9% and others being far less than that. So to your point, Director Moody, these are very tight. I'll address just a couple of items that show on the map because there may be questions about that. And then I'm going to turn this over to Josh Corrigan to describe the process that he and MAPPA engaged in order to establish these maps for your review. The point that I would like to make with regard to these maps is in District 4, Director Yoder's district, you will see what look like little circles throughout that area, which represents the southernmost counties of OPPD service territory. Those are, generally speaking, towns that are not served by OPPD and therefore are not within the election subdivision for District 4. And that's how they're depicted on the map. But there's also a bold line there that which also represents a power line, I believe, that is extended and not part of OPPD's service territory. That's how that line is depicted on the official service territory map provided by the Nebraska Power Review Board. We just left it in there. It looks a little odd, but it's that's the reason that it is there. We didn't want to change that from the Power Review Board map. We wanted to show that as it exists. The final steps in this process, if the board goes ahead and approves the amendment to the district's charter or its petition for creation on Thursday, is to file the revised subdivisions, that is, refile the amendment to the charter and the maps with the Nebraska Power Review Board, which will then review the revised maps and the descriptions at its December meeting, and will provide what is by current statute a conditional approval. Conditional only in the sense that the Power Review Board has a longer process typically for public notice of redistricting. The legislature wisely got ahead of the process because everything was backed up as a result of the delay in the 2020 decennial census, and established a conditional approval process to deal with the prior statutes process that would have kept us into, or would have taken us into January in order to get the approval. As noted on the slide, the elections commissioners need this information by the end of the year in order to establish and meet their requirements for upcoming elections in 2022. I'll stop at this point. We'll defer questions, I think, until Mr. Corrigan has completed his presentation. At this time, Josh, if you would just please go ahead and explain to the board the process that you followed. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just kind of walk through the steps that we went through to get to this. Just for your knowledge, redistricting to service map is offered to jurisdictions within the metro for quite some time. I inherited this task when I took the job in, it was back in almost 2010, I think. We're looking to get even understandable boundaries kind of at the start of this. So that's kind of the first thing I kind of keep in mind. We have obviously those criteria that we want to meet: the population deviation, conforming to the voter and precinct lines. One other consideration we made was retaining the current directors in their original district, just to kind of prevent anybody from having any kind of shifts in election. And, that was not a hard thing, but it was just something we wanted to try to preserve if we could. So that's something that we took into consideration. To get all of your information lined up, we start with the voting precinct lines. We draw the boundaries as they are today and shift them to those voting precinct lines. That's to ensure that we're, adhering to that standard. And then after that, it's a matter of kind of adjusting everything until we have a proportionally balanced population for each district, making sure they're compact and contiguous as possible. And then at the end, we just do a final analysis to ensure that all of those criteria are met. There's some QC checks we can do in the data side to just basically ensure that's all done. And then finally, producing these maps, legal descriptions, and the materials for your review. So that's the short version. It's a little bit more complicated on my end, but hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you, Josh. Quick question that I have before we open it up to other colleagues. I think this was confirmed, but can you confirm that there were no precincts that were broken up?
There was no splits of any precincts with these.
Okay, correct. Great. All right, I'll pause and see. I see Director Kavanaugh's hand is up. Mike, if you've got a question, go ahead and hop in.
I have a couple. First one is for Mr. Corrigan. How many maps were drawn up that were considered forwarded to the committee.
As far as scenarios you're talking about, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Scenarios. Obviously, there's 8 different maps for each district, but what I meant was how many different scenarios? Yes.
Yeah, so we just had this one scenario we started with. I received some feedback from internal staff on that, and then they moved forward with what I'd provided.
Okay, the other question I have would probably be for Mr. Bruckner, and it pertains to the comment Mr. Corrigan just made that consideration was given for the current home addresses of our board members. I have trouble with that. That's why I've always felt that no one should draw their own or vote on their own district boundaries. Are we legal on this, Steve?
Yeah.
Can we use the director's home addresses as consideration in drawing these boundaries?
Well, absolutely, and there's an important reason for that. Sometimes when you have to draw election subdivisions, you simply cannot draw in an incumbent office holder, and we've seen that with, for example, recently with Nebraska legislative boundaries. Ideally, you want to do that, and the reason that you want to do that, if possible, is that I think it's fairly obvious, is that the voters have selected these incumbent directors. So to the extent that we can do it consistent with the other legal standards that we mentioned, substantially equal in population, compact and contiguous and so forth, to the extent that we can do that, it is important to reflect the will of the voters that they have selected that incumbent director. And that's really the reason that we try. We're not always able to do it, but we try to include the incumbent directors in the districts that they represent.
Certainly, I appreciate the wishes of the voters of the electorate. However, the wishes of the voters only goes through the end of that director's term, and obviously, no director would be forced out in midterm. I don't know. This bugs me a little bit. I didn't realize we were going to use our current residents as a consideration. I was hoping we'd be a little bit above that.
Understood. As Mr. Corrigan indicated, these boundaries, particularly in the metro, in general, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, just kind of shifted somewhat to the west to reflect changes in population. So these boundaries were really done with a focus on capturing the increases in population, which largely were in the metro area, and that's really it. In addition to the other items that I've already mentioned.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I mean, we're trying to preserve existing districts where possible because we do have we have familiarity of people who are voting in these locations. To iterate off of the previous boundaries, because that's what we're starting with, you're not going to see a substantial deviation geometrically when we're drawing these relative to those areas, unless we're moving based on population, moving to the west as we did. It was not a primary consideration to match the addresses, and it was certainly not a hard line that I had to follow. It just kind of worked out that way in this case.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director Kavanaugh. Director Williams, go ahead.
I appreciate the work from MAPPA and especially the baseline assumption that the directors were not involved in the process at OPPD, that we found an external professional consultant who has experience in the area, that they used the best tools of the industry to draw maps based on the changes in population that are extremely substantially similar to the existing maps, shifted only based on where it was necessary. You can see the dotted red lines. I mean, the districts have not moved very significantly, so the idea that we need to adjust or make a correction based on the residence of the director doesn't seem necessary to me at all. I appreciate the way that this was handled both internally and externally, and I look forward to these maps being approved and moving forward. I think we used a great process, best of any organization I've seen, and I look forward to moving on so that we can get the voters the information they need so they can be informed when it comes to the important process of the elections in 2022 and beyond. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Spurgeon.
I just want to add my thanks to everyone who worked on this during a very short timeline. I will just say, when I pored over these maps, what came to my mind was they appear very straightforward and uncontrived, which is what I've heard is what happened. That's how they were created, in a very straightforward manner. And compliments to equaling them out, because that's anyway, the whole job sort of goes right over my head, but please know how much I appreciate people who know how to do this and love to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. Looking for other hands. Director Kavanaugh, your hand is still up. If you've got further comments, just go ahead and unmute and hop in. Okay, that's gone. Other colleagues, any remaining comments or questions that you want to offer? Waiting for hands, not seeing any. Okay. I think it does it on that. Again, I'll just offer my sincere appreciation to those involved in moving so quickly on this. I saw firsthand how we were literally waiting until we got the precinct boundaries before we could go, and then it was all hands on deck. So thanks to everyone who was involved. And again, I think to Director Williams's point, I think the way that we handled this was extraordinarily solid and something that I think others can look to as a best practice. So this will be on the agenda for Thursday for approval. I believe, going back to my agenda here, that I am complete. That is the end of the Governance Committee. Back to you, Director Bogner.
All right, thank you, Director Moody. Okay, next up we have the Finance Chair report. Director Yoder.
Thank you. I agree. So just a comment that should have been given before. I agree that it was a best practice that we saw happen with the redistricting. So the Finance Chair report, all 4 board members of the Finance Committee attended the November 5th Finance Committee pre-meeting. As you can probably tell from looking at this agenda and today's all committee agenda, my approach was to ask for a high-level summary of several of the items that we're going to cover today, and we got that. And the substantive discussion and the time that we spent was mostly on the 2022 preliminary corporate operating plan. We spent almost the entire time on that. It took so much time that board members in the committee agreed to submit some written questions. The answers to those questions and questions from other board members, thank you, by the way, are posted in Diligent. So with very little time left, we are going to cover almost all of this, except for the confirmation of the work plan and the summary of committee direction. I just wanted to mention that we did address the action item for this month out of this committee, and that is the housekeeping revision for SD2. As I mentioned last month, we're splitting up the work on the revision of SD2 to take care of one sentence that has language in it that is time sensitive. That's going to be an action item for Thursday, and then the larger discussion will pick up again in December. So this committee is going to recommend the housekeeping change on SD2, and we might as well move ahead and take a look at that since that's on today's agenda. Mo? Very good. There you go. That's what we're recommending. If you want me to repeat that list that I gave last month about other issues that the broader SD2 discussion will take, thank you. I see heads shaking no, don't want that list. But so this is what we're going to talk about on Tuesday, or it's for action on Thursday. I'm sorry, we're talking about it today. Any questions or comments about this, what is essentially a housekeeping change for ST2 for action on Thursday? Not seeing, looking for hands. I don't see any. Missing any, could use some help. Okay. Thank you. And then we can move on to the next topic on today's and was also on the pre-committee agenda. I'm looking for help from Mr. Thurber on the next few items.
And Director Yoder, if I may, before John
Sure.
Jumps in, I would like to acknowledge and recognize that we have, for the first time as an employee, we have Jeff Bishop, our new Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, participating with us today. Today is his second day on the job. Very excited to have him here. And I want to welcome Jeff and acknowledge Mr. Thurber's contribution to OPPD, especially these past few months as interim CFO. My expectation, and I have asked John to continue delivering all of these action items this month and perhaps next month to ensure a good transition between John's role as interim CFO and Jeff's new permanent CFO position. So I just want to acknowledge that and really thank John for his participation and diligence and dedication to making sure all of these items were delivered correctly. Further, this item on the bond issue, this is John's normal job. This is John's regular job as treasurer. It's an incredibly complicated topic. So on top of delivering the issuance of bonds, he's also helped us lead all the work on the corporate operating plan that you will all see later on. So I apologize for the interruption, but I thought it was important to acknowledge that transition that's happening in finance.
That was terrific, Javier. Thank you very much. And yes, accolades, the list of things that John does well, and the thanks for what he's been doing, I think it could go on for some more time. And welcome, Mr. Bishop. So enough for the interruptions. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Director Yoder, and also I'll say welcome to Mr. Bishop as our new CFO at OPPD. So looking forward to working with you in the future. Report out on the bond issue. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay. Great. I believe we reported out briefly about this last month. We actually sold the bonds or priced the bonds more accurately on October 7th. And this goes back, the board authorized us to sell up to $600 million worth of bonds through the end of next year. And we knew that we were going to be starting the process of financing our Power with Purpose projects this year. And we knew we were going to have to issue bonds this year. So this is the first in the series of 3 bond issues that will be coming to the board to both authorize and then report on. And so these bonds here, there are 2 series, but one grouping, 2021 Series A and B bonds. The first series, 2021 Series A bonds, we issued in an approximately $381 million. Final maturity was in 2051. The average interest rate was about 3.21%. And those bonds really were dedicated to pay for capital expenditures, a big portion of which is helping finance our Power with Purpose projects, specifically the new natural gas facilities that we have begun construction on. The second series was a 2021 Series B bonds. It's about $57 million, final maturities in 2046, and they were used to essentially refund our 2012 Series B bonds. In doing so and refunding those bonds, we're generating about future savings of about $12 million of debt service. The present value is $7.8 million, but $12 million over the next 20 plus years in debt service savings. It's about 12% net present value savings. So obviously that's a big positive for the district. and both series of bonds settled last Wednesday. The average interest rate on both series was just under 3.2%. So we feel very good. Interest rates have been going up, as you see in the newspaper over the last month or so. Interest rates have been going up. We reprice these bonds, especially the newer money bonds, the 2021 Series A bonds, with a little bit longer maturities, knowing that potentially the next series of bonds interest rates might be a little higher. So we wanted to get the longer maturities out of the way. And so with that, we've supplied both an opinion from our financial advisors, Barclays, and then also kind of a summary we call a pricing certificate of the series of bonds. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have about the bonds, but I would like to and specifically mention and congratulate John Petrulis. He's the manager of our Treasury Debt and Investments area. John really, with me being occupied with some other activities, John really led this process, and I really congratulate he and his team for doing an outstanding job of getting these bonds priced in a market that was a little bit more difficult than we would have liked, but we got these done. And I really appreciate all the efforts that his group went through to compile about 40 some different documents we need to do to get these bonds sold and invest the proceeds. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. I'm looking for hands. Don't see any. Anyone want to comment? Nothing? Very good. Let's move on to the retirement fund report. Let me just interject that both Director Spurgeon and I had the opportunity to attend the retirement fund asset liability study on November 1st. And I can't speak for Director Spurgeon, but I found the explanation of the analysis about potential changes to the retirement fund investments very useful. Those are potential, and I just want to put that as part of this retirement fund report. I also appreciated the reminder about the differences between median and mean in doing any kind of comparative analysis that occurred during that session. So, Mr. Thurber.
Thank you, Director Yoder. This is just the third quarter report out on the retirement plan. I believe if we can go to the board data sheet. If not, I can just discuss it directly. The fund itself for the third quarter had a negative return of negative 2%. The policy index was actually a little less than that, negative 0.6%. It was a quarter where most of the market had a negative return. We've had a very strong first half of 2021. We had a little bit of a pullback in the market as a result of that. And that's normal in these markets. You have strong returns and then you have negative returns. I would note that we did have our alternative investments in private real estate. It was one of the few sectors of the market that did have a positive return. And so again, it shows the benefit of diversity between equity, fixed income, and then our alternative investments in private real estate. The real drivers of the negative return compared to the index, we had a few managers that were a little bit more negative than the index, Wellington being one of those. And I will point out AQR also was one of those. But if you remember, we are replacing AQR with MFS management. That is in the process of happening right now. And we're planning to transition before the end of the year to our new international equity manager. And so that was really kind of the drivers of our negative return, just a few managers that really underperformed. With that, and I will mention that as Director Yoder mentioned, we did have an asset liability study review, and we'll come back to the board. Our plan is to come back either in December or January with the results of that and potentially an update to our investment policy that's looking at the addition of another asset class. We're still finalizing that, but that study is going well, and we're at the end stages where we will be presenting to the board here over the next month or two about that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about the third quarter retirement fund report.
I appreciate the thoroughness and the professionalism that is put into all of this review and the managing of the money there. I don't see any hands up, any comments. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to the third quarter report.
The third quarter financial report, and I'm actually going to turn the discussion over to Laura Langford, who's our corporate comptroller and director of our corporate accounting area. But I do want to say the third quarter was an interesting quarter in that we did have some additional expense due to the July storm. We actually weathered that pretty well in the third quarter in that we did have additional income. It was a warm weather period of time, so we did have some additional income to help offset some of the additional expense due to the July storm. And we ended up the third quarter with a fairly positive result, but I'll turn it over to Laura to really talk about year-to-date information through September 30th.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everybody. As John mentioned, we did have strong financial results for the third quarter. And so John touched on a couple highlights there, and I'll point out on the graph here where you can see those. We'll start in the upper left-hand column with retail revenue. And so we are ahead of budget year to date. And we've mentioned this before, we've had some return of pre-pandemic usage, which is positive. As businesses are back open, we're seeing some increased usage there. And then we've also had warmer weather, like John indicated, not only in the second quarter, but that carried through to the third quarter. And so that helped us from a retail revenue perspective. To go to the upper right with O&M expense, we are slightly over budget in this area. Really, this is coming from the third quarter. John mentioned the July storm we had. We had additional expenses in that quarter. And you can see that on the chart. It is over, not significantly, but that is what's contributing there. If you look back at quarter one and quarter two, you can see we were pretty close to budget in those quarters. Quickly, if we look in the middle sections there, off-system revenue and fuel and purchase power expense, if you look at those year-to-date numbers, you can see a pretty significant variance there. But as you look at the charts, you can see that that is really driven from the first quarter activity, which is the polar vortex. And I know we've talked a lot about that this year, but that's where we're seeing that contribution to the significant variances. Second and third quarter, we're pretty close to budget. Well, if you could go to the next page. And then if we look at operating income and net income, as John mentioned, we saw a good return with second and third quarter. Year to date, we're behind where we would like to be. Also, first quarter is contributing to that with the polar vortex, but we had a nice return in second and third quarter. You can see net income is above budget. And then just a couple other key areas to talk about, the cash balance on the upper right. This is something we've been watching very closely this year as we have some significant capital expenditures. John mentioned earlier, Power with Purpose. And at the end of the third quarter, we did end with cash that was higher than we expected from the budget. We're in a strong liquidity position. At that point, we had 190 days cash on hand. And then lastly, on capital spending, that's the last chart in the middle on the right. We have been behind, meaning we haven't spent what we thought we would year to date for capital. And as we've been sharing this year, there was some uncertainty on the timing of Power with Purpose. Not sure when those expenditures would happen when we created the budget a little over a year ago. And so we've been behind on the timing of that. We've looked at this really closely just to project out where we plan to be for the rest of the year. And so the team's been spending a lot of time looking at that, talking to project managers and assessing where we think we'll be. At this point, we believe that by the end of the year that we will be close to the budget that we have of $370 million. There are some pretty significant expenditures planned for this month and then also December, not only with Power with Purpose, but with some other projects. We're also keeping in mind that there's maybe some volatility to that as well, just given as a lot of us have heard shortages in the supply chain market, that if there are delays on getting items, that could impact that. But at this point, we think we'll be pretty close to the budget of $370 million. So I will stop there and I can answer any questions, or maybe John could take some questions too.
I really appreciate the look forward that you just gave us, but also put down the highlights below. Looking for hands, listening for comments. Not seeing any and not hearing any. Thank you very much.
Go
ahead. Yes.
Just a quick comment. I can't help myself as the former CFO. It's November already. We have one more month to go, and I would like to reflect on the fact that 9 months ago we experienced one of the most disturbing events that, from a financial perspective and from a systems perspective, with the polar vortex. At the time, we were facing a lot of uncertainties, and it was not easy. But I want to commend the organization for working diligently to achieve these results and the projections we have for the end of the year. We implemented cost reduction measures. We tightened the belts. We made sure that we were paying super close attention to all of our financials, our expenditures, our budgets. Not that we not already do that all the time, but especially this year, and trying to reduce expenditures as much as we could to better respond to the polar vortex event. So these results are not by happenstance, but it's really a result of the dedication of the 1,900 women and men at OPPD that have made this happen. So it brings me joy to see these results, because it could have been a much different story had we not had the commitment from all employees.
Powerful. Thank you very much, Javier. And once again, thanks to Ms. Langford and Mr. Thurber for presenting the information. All right, let's move on to the next item, which I believe is the Energy Burden Solutions Project. I will save most of my comments for after the presentation, but just a little bit of foreshadowing. I'm really excited about this. Okay, go ahead. Ms. Comstock, if you're available.
Thank you, Director Yoder. We appreciate your excitement. We're excited to provide the board and our customers an update on the Energy Burden Solutions Project as well. And so for me, this project goes back to 2015 as we were coming into the rate restructuring effort. And we were looking at energy assistance. And back then I commented, we came up with this low usage, low income transitional program. And that really was a tactical program that was to assist the customers that were most impacted by the rate restructuring at that point in time. And at the time we said, we know energy assistance, there's a growing need for it. There's, the essential services, the cost of essential services, not just electric utilities, but across all utilities. Telecommunications, internet, that people need to survive in this very technology-oriented world today. It's placing a larger burden on our customers, especially those who may not have the income to be able to support all those expenditures. And so we talked at that point about the need to do further analysis and better understand what programs were working and how we could target and make sure that energy assistance and the programs that we had available were able to support the customers who are most challenged in being able to pay those bills. So one of the things that we did commit to was doing more data analytics, and you've seen installments of that, most recently at the SD2 monitoring report, where some initial results were shared on the energy burden analysis. The Energy Burden Solutions team has continued to work on the analysis, and they have some more information to share with you today. And in addition to the analysis, they're identifying the solutions that help support our strategic directives and align with our core values in order to honor the community and care for one another, and demonstrating care for our customers who are more challenged to pay their bills. So today, Heather Siebken, who's the Director of our Product Development and Marketing, and Kyle Hoyle, who's the Manager of Product Development, are here to share the findings and the solutions that we're going to be pursuing. And I will turn it over to Heather. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, and good morning, everyone. As always, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, to come and discuss another product that we have in the works and development here at OPPD. As Julie alluded to, I'll kind of kick us off and I'll walk you through a little bit of the project setup and some of the work that the team did. Excuse me, and Kyle will step in and really walk through some of that analytics. This project started about 6 months ago, and there's already been a number of changes. So I do want to just give tribute to, I guess, an employee that's no longer here. But Britton Gable was actually responsible for quite a bit of the work and the data analytics that occurred in this project, and Kyle was right alongside him. So I know he'll be able to provide just as much insight and detail. But I do want to make sure that we give credit to where a lot of this work originally started. And again, as I always say, this project isn't done. It's never going to be, product development is never going to be a one and done. It's always a continuous effort. We did use the framework. We know there's some work that we still need to complete, but I do think what you're going to see here today, you'll see the thoroughness of the work that the team really put into this. And as Julie said, really that data analytics and making sure that we understood exactly where our customers stood today. You're also going to see that we're providing a recommendation, not just for a singular solution. We're really looking at this as like a sub-portfolio or a full program, meaning we'll have a suite of solutions for our customers in the near future, one of which that you'll see the recommendation that we will bring to the market in the first quarter of 2022. Also, it's a little bit of a repeat, but as Julie said, we know we have the responsibility and we know that it's core to our mission, our vision, our values, to be this community leader and to be an advocate for our customers' needs, and that's all customers' needs. So this energy burden project really does explore, how we can support those with a higher than normal burden, doing more than just bill assistance, but really getting to the root cause and addressing the usage side of things. So Mo, if you want to move to the next slide. When we start a project in product development, you've often heard us kind of refer to like the concept phase, the world of opportunity, what is the current state, what are others doing? And so, we start off with this current state. How are we helping people today? What solutions do we already provide? And where are maybe the gaps in these solutions, but also where are they doing really well, right? It's just incredibly important to understand that baseline. And so in our current state, what I want to point out is that most of our solutions, most of our products, they address more of a bill payment assistance. They are important products. They are, there's no plans to sunset these. We understand the importance there. But we also understand, to solve the concern before it arises, again, to get to that root cause is more beneficial, I guess I'll say, for both the customer as well as us in the operations here at OPPD. So that's kind of what you see in that top bucket. In 2019, we launched a pilot, which turned into a permanent program, and that's that Energy Efficiency Assistance Program. And this was really the first of a like in this new program of energy burden that we'll be talking about today, which does start to address more of the energy usage. So this particular product, it provides assistance for home upgrades for a more energy efficient home, within our lower income community and those that qualify. So the goal here, what you're going to see in a few slides is in the future, we understand, that there maybe needs to be assistance programs for, the occasional need with a bill payment. But we understand that, again, when you look at the operations and the work that we do here at OPPD and the needs of our customers, and again, all the feedback that we get, even through, conversations with them, again, addressing that root cause and trying to, head it off before it gets to this state of needing assistance is definitely more beneficial for not only our customers, but again, also our operations. Mo, if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide. So again, through that concept phase, we also want to just kind of define, make sure we're all working on the same definitions and really providing some level setting as to what we're solving for. And so the project team came together to ensure, that we all had, we all had the same thing in mind as we work towards these solutions, the problem and the eventual solutions. So they did spend a little bit of time just educating themselves, even as much as they, maybe already thought they know on the topic. It's always good to like dig deeper and learn as much as you can. And so just really getting to that level set of, okay, first, what is energy burden and what are we talking about? Is, as I would assume most of you in the board of directors know, but for the public, we want to make sure you understand energy burden is defined is the percentage of gross household income that is spent on energy costs. And for the purposes of this presentation and for the product that the team is focused on, this is focused on the electric portion of the customer's energy burden. So just making sure that we understand what's in scope in this particular project and what is not. The next important thing was really to understand those drivers. And Mo, this is on the next slide if you want to dance forward. So before we built that problem statement, what if we want to get to the root cause, right? What is the drivers? What's causing this burden to occur? And so, nothing too innovative here, I guess I'll say, sort of stolen from a lot of really good resources. But really, these drivers, these physical, economic, policy, and behavioral drivers, these are what sit at the root cause. These are what sit at, to cause the concern of energy burden for a number of our customers. So we use these as a platform of potential areas for products because, again, we understand that not one product is likely going to be able to solve for all of these different drivers, and to make sure that we have that sub-portfolio and we're really exploring a number of solutions to help in this area. I think you'll see in the recommendations when we get there towards the later part of this presentation, again, we are creating a full program. I think it's important to note that and to say it a couple of times because it really does show our commitment, our commitment to solving and providing solutions, our commitment to, the staffing, the funding, the resourcing, and everything that it takes for us to address our customers' energy burden. So finally, that led the team, Mo, if you want to go to the next slide, sorry, to creating their problem statement and what are the goals. And so the problem statement as it reads here, customers that have a high percentage of their income going towards their utility bills are limited to short-term assistance funds. That's that first bucket that we showed you in our current state. And they are limited with more long-term solutions that help, again, reduce that burden. And so that's what we want to address. So some of our goals is we want to, like I said, we want to reduce the burden. We want to have products and solutions in place that help with that. We want to make sure that it's easy, that it's accessible, that, we're not making it a burden for individuals to have energy, a burden assistance from us. And that also there's an OPPD operational goal here, right? That we want to reduce, our credit and collection, reduction in credit collection, and also the resulting operating expenses that OPPD bears today in order to, administrate and maintain some of these bill assistance type programs, as well as turn-offs, turn-ons, things like that. So that's really the statement. The goals, again, kind of helps you explore what's in scope for this project. The last thing that I'll share before I hand this over to Kyle, Mo, if you want to move forward to the next slide, just kind of, I always try to walk through our framework or in the order of our framework, right? And so as you come out of that conceptual phase, you move into what we call the market research phase. And this is really where, you do a lot of research. You also do a number of, outreach opportunities to actually talk to customers. And so the team did spend some time. They did, again, industry research, just understanding a lot about energy burden, what's going on to support this community and other areas, utility interviews, talking to other utilities, what is it that they're doing? What kind of analysis are they doing to help, understand what's driving the burden in their communities, and maybe what are some of the solutions that they've put into place? How are they maneuvering solutions in their current state and local regulatory environment? Albeit maybe different than our own, there's still always some good nuggets to learn there and how we might be able to explore solutions here in our district, right? We did a number of employee as well as community workshops, and employee workshops are really important because a lot of the times for us, our employees, our front line, are the ones who are out there hearing it firsthand, right? And so just what are they hearing? What do they, I would say the best product idea often comes from your frontline employee, actually less so from your customer, because they're able to decipher it while also understanding, the operations and how we work. And so, what we found here is that, enhanced options like weatherization and renter assistance and on-bill financing to even, we've talked about that. That's a project on our 2022 list as well in product development, having the ability for them to fund and source some of the equipment or technology they need for a more energy efficient home. And then to be an advocate, what we heard from the community and the employees both, be an advocate for policy change, right? What are things that we can lead? So those were some of the, oh, and then last, sorry, don't want to pass it over. It's just we also did some customer surveys as we typically do. Just asking, you know, what are some actions that they would like us to take to help reduce their bills? You know, what are things that they're doing? Where do they need support? What are, you know, maybe what are some sudden economic or chronic hardship type items that are occurring outside of, you know, just usage, I guess I'll say, at the home level. So that just is, you know, a quick brief, just tee off, just to make sure you understand kind of the work, I guess I'll say, you know, the outreach, the communications, conversations that we had. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over, and Mo, you can advance to the next slide, to Kyle Hoyle. Like I said, side by side, worked with Britton on this over the last 6 months. Has recently been promoted to our Manager of Product Development and Operations role. He is a data whiz, I'll have to say. So he will be able to walk you through some of the number side of things and lead you through the recommendation that we have for the district.
Thank you. As Heather mentioned, I'm Kyle Hoyle, Manager of Product Development and Operations. You know, before we get into the analysis, I just want to mention, you know, how great of a job the team did with the analysis. We really looked at data differently than we have in the past to get down to understanding what those drivers are for our customers' energy burden. And talking with other utilities, you know, this type of analysis isn't all that common in the utility industry. So slide here, you know, before we get into some of the details of the analysis, just want to level set on some of the team's purpose and key assumptions. We focused on completing an in-depth analysis to gain a better understanding of our customer base at the customer level. Through the analysis, we identified some opportunities, correlations, and validated some of the assumptions that we have typically lived by. Some of those things included, you know, understanding the impact of OPPD's energy assistance solutions, identified demographic characteristics that have a larger impact on a customer's ability to pay, and then created a dashboard tool to better understand customer behaviors at the zip code level. Some key assumptions regarding the data. We used modeled income data provided by Data Axle. The income they use is modeled to the customer based on census data. Also important to note, the energy burden and findings will vary based on a customer's heating source. So for instance, you know, all electric customers, they'll naturally have a higher electric energy burden than customers with a natural gas heating source. For the purpose of the analysis, however, we treated everybody the same. That said, you know, we've recognized this is an opportunity for us to do further analysis on in the future. And that's something we'll be looking at. Lastly, as kind of Heather alluded to this earlier, we limited the analysis to electric burden only. So just the OPPD portion of that customer's whole energy burden. Next slide. So what were some of the key findings across our service territory? In summary, kind of starting at the left and moving right, we found that renters have a 56% higher electric energy burden than homeowners. Customers living in homes built pre-1980 have an electric energy burden 2 times higher than homes built post-1980. Low-income customers, which is defined as customers being 200% of the federal poverty level or less, have an electric energy burden 4 times higher than non-low income customers. Then lastly, in the lower right-hand corner, LIHEAP eligible customers through the state of Nebraska have a electric energy burden 5 times higher than non-low income customers. The information here, you know, really validates some of the drivers of energy burden that we discussed earlier, with physical, economic, and behavior playing significant roles in that. A couple other items identified that you can find in the appendix. Customers receiving 3+ disconnect notices annually, that correlates with some of these key drivers as well. Also important to note, low-income customers contact OPPD 37% more than non-low-income customers. These findings were really critical to identify, as it kind of opened the team's eyes that, you know, there's really some opportunities to reduce operational expenses with proper programs in place. Next slide. So the next thing we did, was important for us to understand, what the electric energy burden gap looked like in our service territory. So this is the amount of assistance it would take to bring all low-income customers with a high electric energy burden to an acceptable range. So in collaboration with pricing and rates, we use the modeled income data. The electric energy burden gap in our service territory is projected between $25 and $30 million for OPPD customers. The projected gap is a range due to variances using modeled income data and not being able to fully account for a customer's proper heating sources and those all electric customers that I mentioned earlier. So then, how are we addressing this gap today? In 2020, almost $9.4 million were applied to customers' accounts through various assistance programs. And in 2019, we applied almost $6 million. Through the analysis, we also discovered that 80% of the gap exists from an estimated 39,000 OPPD customers at 100% or below the FPL. So this information, we've really recognized that existing sources of energy assistance do not adequately address the customer's electric energy burden within our service territory. Next slide. This slide goes into a little bit more detail of how our current assistance programs are covering that electric energy burden gap today. We found that 25% of the $25 million gap is covered through current assistance programs, and that determination was based on kind of a 5-year average of our assistance programs. Through this, we also understand that the availability of federal assistance funding through the LIHEAP program, as noted in kind of the dark gray sliver there, it's a key, it provides a significant impact, to the electric energy burden gap, as it accounts for 80% of the total assistance dollars applied to customer accounts. Then lastly, we looked at OPPD's Energy Assistance Program. This program is 100% funded through customer donations and traditionally only covers 1% of the projected gap and only 4.3% of the total assistance dollars applied to customer accounts. One key item that the team took away on this, is how can OPPD reduce our dependency on federal funding so we can lower that impact to customers if that federal funding changes in the future. Next slide, Mo. All right, so moving into the recommendations. Heather touched on this a little bit, but I just want to reiterate that, the goal of the project was to identify a package of solutions. There isn't one solution or product that will address this affordability for our customer base, as the energy burden is driven by multiple factors. So this slide describes at a high level how OPPD plans to chip away at that 75% of the gap that is not covered today. And then also to understand, how each recommendation addresses those energy burden drivers. We placed an icon on the right side so you can reference that on the previous slide that Heather walked through. So starting at the top, we're recommending a customer assistance program pilot, or CAP pilot for short. We'll go through more detail of this program later. We'll also be reviewing existing energy assistance programs for additional opportunities to increase customer participation and donations. We plan to look into additional energy efficiency programs targeted at our renters and landlords so they can make improvements to those homes. There are also opportunities to increase communication and education to our customers so they better understand how we can help them. And then an important one here, from a policy perspective, what can OPPD do to ensure we're protected from having these types of programs in place in the future? And then the last one, we just want to look at, look for opportunities to refine and cross-promote current programs to ensure customers with a high energy burden are able to participate. Next slide. So based on the recommendations shared on the previous slide, here's OPPD's 2022 plan to start chipping away at that uncovered gap. Some strategy and planning activities include, we're going to look at our own energy assistance program and create a donation strategy in an effort to increase participation and donations. take a deeper look at a utility bill roundup program, again, to funnel more money into OPPD's energy assistance. Create a rural electrification pilot strategy just to understand what opportunities exist with a product of that nature. And then improve energy assistance communications that I touched on earlier, just to ensure we're getting the right message to the right customer within the journey that they're in. And then Heather alluded to this, but beginning looking at the on-bill financing, so customers are able to make improvements to their homes without that large upfront investment that they need to do today. And then last item here, the program the team has recommended to implement in 2022 is the Customer Assistance Pilot Program. And then we're going to do a deeper dive into this on the next slide, just to kind of share exactly what that program is and what it looks like. So some details of the Customer Assistance or CAP pilot. This will be a 3-year pilot, and customers will receive a fixed monthly credit amount of $30 or $40 based on their federal poverty level. This program will be open to approximately 39,000 customers, though OPPD will cap enrollment at any given time to 4,000 customers. These parameters alone stand to reduce an individual customer's electric energy burden by up to 39%. Upon enrollment in the CAP, customers will automatically be enrolled in OPPD's level payment plan, and on-time payment will be required in order for that customer to continue to participate in the CAP pilot. Household income must be at or below 100% of the federal poverty level, and customers will be required to recertify their income depending on their income sources. Just a side note, we chose 100% of the FPL or less because that is where 80% of the gap exists today. So that's why we went that route. And then the last item here, Dollar Energy Fund, our existing energy assistance program administrator will also administer this program to determine eligibility. Next slide.
Could I ask a question there?
Sure.
Yeah, I saw your hand was up.
Okay. So this monthly credit, will that be in addition to any LIHEAP that they might also be eligible for, or would this take the place of LIHEAP? And how does this $30 or $40 compare to the amount of money that they would get from LIHEAP, that others would get from LIHEAP?
Good question, Director Molhoff. The credit is in addition to any funds that that customer will receive through the LIHEAP program. And if you look at the max amount of $40 a month, that is $480 a year. So I believe the average LIHEAP funds, for the summer and winter credit is if they receive both credits, that's around $700 a year.
Okay.
So just kind of in comparison there. Hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
So go ahead. Did you have a follow-up, Janice? So process-wise, we got a couple of slides to get through here. I see a couple of hands are up. Let's go ahead and finish the presentation, and then we'll go to the questions. All right.
Next, there we go. So looking at the value of the CAP pilot, we broke this down into 3 pillars. What is the business value? What's the customer value? And how does the community benefit from this program? So from an OPPD perspective, due to that on-time payment requirement, we'll be able to manage our arrears better. We'll see a reduction in operating expenses, and then we expect to see an increase in customer satisfaction as well. And then by talking with other utilities that have similar programs, they've seen how this type of a program can also promote conservation. So we'll be monitoring and evaluating these items throughout the pilot to determine their effectiveness. From a customer side, they'll see a reduction in their electric energy burden by up to 39%. Due to the on-time payment requirement, bill pay behavior will change. Customers will be able to also mitigate receiving any of those reconnect and collection fees that they might be getting assessed today. And then they'll just be able to maintain current standing with the utilities. So think of the stress related to receiving the disconnect notice and those types of things, that'll be significantly reduced. We also recognize there's a community component to having this program. So we're being part of the solution to address affordability within our service territory, increasing reliability and improving housing security with the community. So, due to less stress customers have and not having to maybe possibly leave their residence by being disconnected. So we'll see improvements there. And then one last point kind of to drive home, throughout the pilot, we'll be monitoring these items with appropriate metrics to determine their effectiveness. And as always, we'll adjust as needed. Next slide. Okay, next steps. The team will primarily be focused on the capital implementation. I'm not going to go through each one of those, but there are several items focused on just the execution of that. We plan to launch the 3-year pilot at the end of Q1 2022 and evaluate the program results annually to determine their effectiveness. And then as mentioned on the previous slide, we'll be kicking off several other efforts to assess opportunities and create strategies with other concepts and existing programs that we have today. So that wraps up the presentation. I just want to thank everyone for their time. We appreciate the opportunity to share the results of the project, OPPD's recommendation, and really what we plan to do moving forward.
Okay, great, Kyle. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Julie. As you might expect, there are several hands raised. We'll start off with Director Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Could we go back 2 slides, please, Mo? Yeah, right there. Thank you. It's always been my understanding we can't base rates on people's income levels. And I'm going to ask Steve Bruckner, this $30 to $40 a month credit based on income, would that in effect be a rate adjustment based upon person's income?
Director Kavanaugh, you're recalling that correctly. What public power districts are precluded from doing is establishing an actual rate that is different depending on income classification. As noted during the presentation, this is not a rate. This is rather similar to the program for low income, low usage users that was a pilot program and previously adopted, as you're aware. So it's similar to that. So all this is doing is establishing the qualification level for this particular pilot program, and not using income as a qualification for an actual rate.
Thank you. It obviously it takes from one class of ratepayers in effect and gives to another. That's the bottom line, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, thanks. I'm assuming your hand is down now. Thanks. Director Bogner.
Okay, so I asked Julie Comstock a couple questions in the chat that if we can make that information public, I'd like to. Julie, do you want to go ahead and address my questions?
Sure, and actually one of the numbers was on the slide, Director Bogner. So the question was like, how many customers do we have that hit the federal poverty level? And so at 100% of the federal poverty level, we had 39,000 customers that hit that threshold. And if you take it at 200% of the federal poverty level, it's just under 60,000 of our customers fall in that category.
Okay, and renters versus homeowners, if we can share that.
Yeah, sure. So we typically have about 30%. And Kyle, if that number has shifted, let me know. But my recollection is usually it's about 30% of our customers are just shy of that, are living in rental properties.
All right, thank you. So if I'm looking at the CAP pilot correctly, this really is only addressing the 100% of FPL, not that 200% of FPL. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would there be a future program that we would be considering to help those additional 20-ish thousand customers? Because from that key findings, I thought that was really interesting, that 200% FPL and below experience a 4 times energy burden. That's significant. So what are we doing for those 20,000 people?
Yeah, I think our focus in doing the pilot was to address maybe the most acute situations, to try and make sure that we could better assess the benefits that come from the program, not just on the OPPD side, but on the customer side and the community side, as Kyle outlined on that last slide on the value proposition. And we believe after we've done the pilot and we have the results, I think it'll make a compelling case for how the program could be expanded.
Okay. And so I also see here that on the pilot program, you have to apply and verify income and then re-verify income in following years. I know from the CARES Act applications that there were a lot of hurdles for some customers of having, enough documentation to prove income was a challenge and a hurdle for some individuals to receive CARES Act dollars. And so just curious, like from how we work with customers to make the task of applying for this as easy as possible. I guess tell me a little bit about strategies there that you're thinking about employing.
Kyle or Heather, I think I'll let you take this question.
I can take that one. So Director Bogner, we're working with Dollar Energy Fund right now, and really leaning on them to help us with best practices. And then also those customers on fixed incomes, they will only have to recertify their income every 2 years. So that might help alleviate some of those concerns as well.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions right now.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Director Williams?
Great, thanks very much. I guess top line, I am extremely supportive and impressed by the work that the team has done so far. And I am very glad to see this new program and specifically pilot being available for our customer owners. This is excellent work. So kudos all around to everyone involved. I really appreciate it. Energy burden has been a very specific point of discussion from the board of directors over recent months and years. And I personally have raised questions during quarterly financial discussions, during the SD2 monitoring report, when we had the specific reports at the beginning and moving through COVID about the way it was impacting various people in different ways. And so this response today, I guess this is far more comprehensive than I thought we were going to be seeing today, and it addresses a number of things that we've discussed recently in ways that I did not know we were prepared to either analyze or take action on. So again, congratulations to everyone for all of the work you've done so far. This is really excellent. I'm very impressed. Thank you. Specifically from the presentation, there were a couple things that I'm really glad to see. Using the available data that we have access to, specifically data that is not publicly available for personal sensitivity reasons or because it's not easily collected by others, using that data to help identify people who are at increased risk of high energy burden, I think is a huge step forward. That's looking inside at ways that we can make changes in the way that we deliver services to our customers based on improved technology. We talk about that a lot, and I'm very glad to see that we are leveraging the type of information that we have toward providing better services in our community. So thank you very much for that. I also really want to recognize the highlighting of the comprehensive view of the benefits of the project, specifically the cost reduction to the utility from non-energy production or distribution or customer service related ways that we will save money here. Actually, sorry, in that last category, saving money through customer services that will not be necessary by avoiding disconnects and reconnects, and the other list of things that you mentioned earlier. I think that's a great value to the entire utility and to all of our ratepayers. So I appreciate the comprehensive view of the way that this can provide benefits to everyone, while we specifically help the people who have the highest energy burden. So I think the combined value demonstration that you've put forward today is really impressive. So I'm sorry that's kind of a lot of stuff all at once, but I just am really very impressed with everything that we've seen today. I guess my only questions would be, do we have a timeline for when the pilot would be implemented?
Director Williams, third quarter, or not third quarter, sorry, first quarter 2022 is our timeline. So by the end of first quarter, we will have it implemented. Great.
Very much looking forward to that, and I look forward to talking to members of the community who I know will significantly benefit from this, and I'm sure they'll be glad to hear about it. You mentioned we were comparing the pilot version of the program or the project that we're working on to other programs in other areas. And can you talk about some of the places that we've reviewed in designing the programs that we've got here?
Sure. So several of the utilities we looked at MUD, we talked to Arizona Public Service, Seattle City Light, Tacoma Public Service, SMUD, First Energy of Pennsylvania, and I know there's a few others. I don't have the list right in front of me, but those are just several of them that we talked with and learned about what they're doing around energy burden.
Great. I appreciate that. And the reason I ask specifically, you mentioned that other programs that have been implemented have helped to show energy efficiency and energy use reduction in addition to the benefits from lowering the energy burden through the credit on the bill. So I'm very interested in seeing how we can also track that kind of information and learn best practices from others, because the dual benefits of helping reduce the energy burden for those in need, while we also help to improve efficiency and help people be more connected to control of their energy. I think that is a great step forward. And again, anything we can learn from other utilities who have already implemented things like this, I think is going to be excellent. So kudos to everyone. Very much excited about the presentation today. I think this demonstrates the values of our utility and the way that we interact with our customer owners in the community. And again, I'm very much appreciative of what we've seen. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Director Williams. In order that the hands were raised, Director Howard is next, and then CEO Fernandez. Director Howard.
Thank you, Director Yoder. I just had a few questions. I love the idea of this program, and I'm so glad that we're doing it. I had a question about why did we pick 100% FPL? And just to give you sort of a background idea, when we consider programs for people who are living in poverty, we don't want to add an additional burden for them. Oh, I have to apply for another program. I have to re-verify my income with another program. And so how are we making sure that this program aligns with, I'm thinking of LIHEAP. LIHEAP's at 150% FPL. And then are we making our income verification the same as our LIHEAP income verification? And is there any way that we could work with DHHS so that we're not having them apply for a completely new program and re-verify and recertify for a completely different program? Is there a way that we can make it easier for the people that we want to be helping?
Director Howard, as mentioned on the next step slide, we're still in conversations with Dollar Energy Fund on finalizing that contract and what those revisions look like. That's something they have an expert in this arena on how we can align with those practices to make sure we're not making those customers jump through additional hoops. So that's something that we will be having more conversations with them on to make sure that we're providing the best customer experience possible.
So our intention is to align it as closely as possible to LIHEAP income verification. Is that the plan?
Possibly, I would say align it to best practices is probably our preference. We can certainly ask them what the LIHEAP standards look like. It varies by state, but that's definitely something we can explore.
And then would we also then align any asset tests with that as well? So not just an income verification, but would we require an asset test?
I don't
No.
believe, no, yep.
No, we don't require an asset test. It's entirely based on income. And it follows the same process that we use today for like the energy efficiency assistance program. So it's staying very consistent in the experience that they already, I guess I'll say, are accustomed to with OPPD. I love the recommendation, and we do align, and we have a lot of conversations and you know, and how we can improve the experience with agencies like DHHS. And so certainly we will continue to have conversations through our administrator, Dollar Energy Fund, with them, and how to make sure the experience is easy and seamless. Our goal has always been to make sure that the application process is in their journey, not that they come to ours. And that was something that we did update a couple of years ago. It used to be a second step, right? And now we are in their journey. And so as they're going to a lot of these agencies for support on, you know, a variety of different, you know, aspects of their life, I guess I'll say, you know, this is one item that's there. So we do aim to make sure that we have the best customer experience as possible. You know, the 100%, ideally we'd like to get that to the 200%, but I think as Julie, you know, commented on earlier, you know, as a pilot program, we had to really target and focus on where that acute problem exists today, to really verify and validate, I guess I'll say not verify, but to validate that this product and solution that we're recommending and bringing to market will in fact be successful for not only the customer, but also for OPPD. And so there is hopes that obviously we'll be able to expand that. And, you know, what I think our goal is that we would like to see all of our programs. I know the energy efficiency assistance, that program years ago started off at 100, then went to 150, and then grew to the 200%. And so that would be the goal, is to bring that continuity across our programs, if and when it makes sense. I hope that helps.
Perfect. And if I could put a plug in for lining yourself as close to our current LIHEAP standards as possible, because I've worked a lot with these agencies, I've worked a lot with these families, and if everything's the same, it is so much easier for them. And if it's possible for you to figure out an MOU with Access Nebraska, so that they would at least give you a little, either a clear referral, which they do for some agencies, or even let you have some in-focus access, so that you wouldn't have to have them send you another set of documents or something like that. That would be really lovely for these folks who are struggling. So thank you for working so much on this project. I'm really, really excited about it.
Okay, thank you, Director Howard. Appreciate your excitement. Next is CEO Fernandez, and then Director Moody.
You know, Director Yoder, seeing the time, I'll yield my time for Director Moody.
Appreciate the attention to time, but I'd love to hear what you have to say. Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Yoder, and thank you for yielding your time, Javier. Echoing kudos, I won't belabor that, but I'm really excited about what this looks like. I'll also echo what Director Howard and I think Director Bogner spoke about, which is about eliminating as much friction in the process here as we can. That's really, really important. So I just want to echo that. A couple things. One is I'm interested in the metrics for how we're going to measure this. I don't necessarily need that now, but I'm super curious about what those are. And then when we as a board will get, this is a 3-year pilot, when we'll see updates on how things are going. Two, I liked those items that were listed in the strategy and planning activities. So we're talking about the cap, which is great, super good, do it, let's keep going. But there are multiple things that you included that are part of next year's strategy and planning that were really great as well. So I want to reinforce that. Also reinforcing the connection and re-engagement with partner agencies. You've got a lot of really great partners in our community that are working with people today. So keep up the good work of talking with them. And then the last thing that I'll say, Mo, if you could go all the way back to the drivers of energy burden slide. Back almost near the beginning. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because I've been in so many trainings in the last year to a year and a half that are aimed in, among other things, helping us think about how to address systemic issues. And these are great programs. Don't get me wrong. I'm super enthused about them. This is the exact right work that we should be doing to help our customers where we can. No doubt about it. We should also be working, in my opinion, on what are the systemic issues that are driving this. And in some of these categories, we are unquestionably doing some of that work to help people make their homes and businesses, or their homes in this case, more energy efficient. But I hope that we continue to do work that are addressing systemic issues that are creating this energy burden challenge that, you know, thousands of our customers have. And I think it's fair to say they're probably on a trajectory for those to get more challenging over time rather than less. And so whatever that looks like, I trust the team to think about what that is. For me, I go quickly to what are our legislative lobbying efforts like, and what are the things where we're really trying to influence and affect change. We can't deny that some of the inequalities that exist are affecting our bottom line, full stop, and they're affecting our customers. So I think there are opportunities for us to really re-engage in a meaningful way in helping to address some of those systemic issues. Again, great work. Super excited about this. Great job, everybody. I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moody. I did have one question before I add some comments. The next step slide, we talk about launching the 3-year pilot at the end of Q1 2022. Can you help me understand how the transition from LULI sunsetting to the CAP launch is related? Or yeah, what's the timeline look like?
Director Yoder, I can step in and answer that. So we will keep the LULI program in place and active until the CAP is launched. So there will not be any gap in time between those two offerings. So it'll be sunset immediately when the CAP is in effect.
Really glad to hear that. Thanks. Well, so my comments are this. I'm really, really impressed with the work that the team put into restructuring or destructuring this new program. I'd like for this update to compete with our redistricting efforts as a best in class and good governance that we can show other elected officials. It's just been too easy in the past to raise money and congratulate ourselves for how we're doing better this year than last year, and not even asking publicly that foundational question. How big of an affordability problem is there, and to what extent do our actions address it? It's a great example of OPPD being the first and best source of information about OPPD. Candor and metrics matter. So kudos to the team, kudos to the leadership shown all the way up and down the line. I really appreciate you all for asking the hard questions. I just, one last little thing I wanted to point out here is how this program addresses all 3 elements of the OPPD mission: affordability, reliability, and environmental sensitivity. Those last 2 because we're reducing demand for fossil fuel generated power through the implementation of energy efficiency solutions. Well done. Future solutions, I think, like this are really exciting, and I'm happy to see them moving forward. So that's all I had to say. CEO Fernandez, I would be happy to extend the time just a little bit more if you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Director Yoder. There's a lot of really good comments here, so I'll try not to be redundant. I do want to reflect on a few of the comments that have been made. This is not just altruism. This is not just helping those in need just for the sake of helping them today. That's a really, really important piece of it. But this is about acknowledging the role we play in the economy to break patterns, to break the trends, and to help to provide the assistance that families, that customer owners need in order for them to continue thriving, right? There is a cycle, an economic cycle that we're trying to get ahead of by providing these type of services. The business value that I see on this program is immense. It may not be evident immediately. This is something that will take years, but it is our way for us to make sure that the families, our customer owners in our service territory, especially those 39,000 families who are living under the federal poverty level, have a chance at getting good education, at not getting their power shut off while their kids are studying online, at being able to purchase medicines and stay healthy, and not having to make choices between those incredibly important expenditures to buy food or medicines, and have to instead dedicate a significant portion of their income to paying their electrical bill. So I just want to again talk about how proud I am for the work that the team is doing, but also for those for the few skeptical ears that maybe listening to these. There is a business value in this. It's not just altruism. It is contributing to the economic strength of our community. So I'm really excited about this. Thank you, Director Yoder.
Thank you. With that, I believe we have a pause. Director Bogner?
Yep, we are going to take a break for lunch. So it's 11:50 now. Why don't we come back at 12:20, half an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're back. And if we are ready, we'll go ahead and move into the next topic, the 2022 Preliminary Corporate Operating Plan. Director Yoder, do you want to tee it off?
Sure. As a reminder for board members, the corporate operating plan is the financial plan for operations for the upcoming year. Our review of the COP is our annual chance to ask questions about the levels of organizational effort to carry out the goals of the strategic directives we as board members put together. It's a public document illustrating how we put our money where our mouth is. So this is our opportunity to ask questions. This is where the how happens. And with that, I'm going to back out and let someone who's better able to handle all the details take over. And I'm looking to the agenda. I'm guessing that's Mr. Thurber. It is indeed. So this is an initial report. We will actually vote on this in December.
Thank you, Director Yoder. I'm going to drop my video off just to make sure I don't lose connectivity through the next 90-minute discussion. I realize this is going to be potentially a long discussion, so thank you. And I wanted to just start off too with just thanking Brad Underwood with his support, and then also Brad Sire in particular in developing the corporate operating plan. It's an outstanding group of people that are part of our budgeting process, and obviously having an accurate budget is critical for us understanding and functioning as a company next year. And being around for a few years, I've really been impressed with the improvements we made to the accuracy of our budgeting process over the last few years. So with that, in addition, also, I'll just say thank you to Beth Hoyle. We'll be talking about a potential rate increase, and Beth, we'll discuss that in greater detail, but she's in charge of our rates area. So with that, Mo, we can flip the next slide, please. And we're starting off with the assumptions, and the assumptions are the first one, and it's obviously a big assumption, is that we're going to be asking the board for an average retail rate increase across all customer classes of 2.5%. Obviously, that's we don't take that lightly. We understand we're asking our customers for more money, and we want to demonstrate to you what that money is being used for and kind of the critical strategic infrastructure that we're using those funds to help support. And so we'll get into that in greater detail. But I do also want to note too that we are going to be making an adjustment. There will not be a rate increase with our fuel and production or purchase power factor, but we are going to be asking the board to make an adjustment that we think will make it a less volatile factor going forward. And so we'll get into that a little bit later, but that's part of the assumptions going forward. No change in our fuel and purchase power factor, but a 2.5% rate increase across all customer classes. Just to get in a little bit more on the next assumptions, retail energy sales were projected to be about 5.3% above budget. It's 5.5% above projections, and I would just note that that's a positive sign. We're seeing more growth from our customers, particularly led by our industrial customers, where if you look at other utilities, you might see something fairly flat or even declining growth. And so that's positive. That growth is able to support our budget going forward. We are seeing projected about a 4.1% decrease in the 2021 budget on wholesale revenue. That's really just based on our projections for the amount of revenue that we would have, or amount of kilowatt hours we have available in 2022, and also the projected price for those kilowatt hours. And purchase power, we're seeing about a 2.8% increase in our budget in purchase power. So a small increase in that. I would just note that compared to our projections in 21 for both, they're both being impacted on wholesale and purchase power by the polar vortex. That's why you see the huge decrease in both of those items. The polar vortex did impact, and you'll see that through the graphs, kind of our 2021 dollars. So it's making our comparisons a little bit more difficult as we go forward. Next slide, please. On expenditures, our total budgeted expenditures are $1.8 billion. We are projecting a financing next year. This is the second of 3 financings that we have planned. It's about net proceeds will generate about $364 million, and part of those proceeds will be used to reduce our commercial paper program. So not all of those proceeds will be going for new capital construction. We have a commercial paper program. We temporarily increased it by $75 million earlier this year, and we'll be paying that off next year and allowing us to use that $75 million as a low-cost financing source in 22 and 23. Last on this list is Fort Calhoun Station. We continue to make pretty substantial contributions to our decommissioning trust fund, projected at $139 million. Our expenditures coming from the trust fund are $151 million. So we are slowly reducing the amount of funds in our decommissioning fund as we continue to make or pay expenses for decommissioning Fort Calhoun. And I would just note too that we do have the budgeted restart and recovery amortization. That was tied to a fairly large expense when we were in the process of restarting our facilities after NRC oversight in the 2012-2013 timeframe. That amortization will end in 2023. It was a 10-year amortization. And that does impact our net income, the amortization does, but it doesn't impact cash or debt service coverage. Last assumption on the next slide, please. We are not budgeting any funding or withdrawals into either our rate stabilization or decommissioning or benefit reserve account for 2022. We will talk about a withdrawal out of our decommissioning and benefits reserve account at the end of 2021. That does impact our financial numbers. We are planning to move $95 million of the $115 million in our decommissioning and benefits reserve account to move into our pension plan by the end of the year. We'll talk about that in greater detail in a few slides, but that does have an impact on our financials, but a huge positive impact for our pension plan going forward. Our last item, we do have outages in 2022. Nebraska City Station, unit number 1, North Omaha 4 and 5, and really with North Omaha 4 and 5, we're starting the process now of getting those facilities ready for conversion to natural gas. So these outages are starting that process of converting those units into natural gas. So with that, let's talk a little bit more about what is driving the need for rate increases. And it really is being driven by the strategic transformation that the organization's going through, and really the strategic directives that the board has laid out, or strategic initiatives that they've been involved with, as far as making sure that our utility is able to better meet customer demands in the future regarding outages, regarding clarity of information, regarding the ability of us to manage data properly. If you look at it, we are making substantial investments tied to our technology area, and those are really kind of the foundation of a lot of the strategic work that we're trying to do as we go forward. Powering the future to 2050 is really laying the groundwork that we have the technology in place that allows us to better interact with customers and have grid that is able to interact between the company and our customers in a much more sophisticated manner. And so we're making technology investments and plan to make technology investments in 2022 that kind of lay the foundation for us in this process. We are also, as you heard earlier, going to be looking at a pilot program for energy burden solution. That's part of the additional contribution or the additional costs that we're looking at trying to utilize in 2022. We're making pretty sophisticated investments in our energy delivery system, in addition to making the all-time highest tree trimming vegetation management budget in OPPD's history. Obviously, the lessons learned last July that we still have trees that need to be trimmed, and if they aren't trimmed, they can impact our customers as far as our ability to supply them with power. It's important that we get on top of this. We also, like I mentioned earlier, we also are going to start the process of, with our existing facilities, transitioning them into natural gas fired generation, specifically with our North Omaha units. It's a fairly large investment in the future. And if you look at what the district did over the last 5 years, it was really more of maintenance. It's really what did we need to do to just maintain our existing facility to meet energy needs. There were not huge investments in the future transformation of the utility. And this is really the beginning of those future investments that we're making for the utility. So with that, you know, there was questions before about, well, what if we didn't do this? Now we could delay the rate increase. Really, it would delay the process. It could cause us to have more outages if we don't spend money on tree trimming. It could cause us to not be better prepared to move forward in a manner that we want to move forward with, as far as the transition away from carbon and into a more carbon-free situation. So this is our down payment and moving the organization forward. It's about $26 million. And so these are the issues that are kind of driving that going forward. So let's go to the next slide, which kind of shows you where this is falling. You see the additional $26 million. Retail revenue would go up from a projected $1.034 billion to $1.075 billion. $26 million, you see it lumped there. It would be split up amongst the residential, commercial, and industrial class. Each one of those groups would get a share of that going forward. I guess the one note that you see here that you may have a question about is the 2022 budget shows our residential revenue being less than 2021. And really that is the result of just normalizing weather. When you look at what 2021 has been, it was a higher, warmer season, and so we had higher revenue as a result of that. We can't expect that every year, and so we use a normalized weather projection for these projections going forward, and that's where you see the decrease between the residential from 2021 to 2022. So with that, why don't we talk about the other revenue categories. Wholesale revenue, you'll see this is where the polar vortex is really impacting historic information. Had a huge impact of about $162 million of wholesale revenue income in 2021. That's really skewing the 2021 projected number. If you go back to historic norms, though, we're projecting a 2022 budget of $132 million. That is very much in line with what we've seen, and would have been very much in line with a normal year in 2022. Wholesale revenue, really not projecting much of we're not projecting any increase at all in wholesale revenue. And it's really based on the amount of power that we have available and the pricing for that power. Next slide, please. The other electric revenue, it's a fairly small category, about $37 million every year. Includes late payment charges, transmission wheeling fees, rent from district property. That's staying pretty steady at $37 million. Really nothing new or nothing different that we're projecting on the other electric revenue slide. Next slide, please. O&M. Now, this is a little bit more of an interesting situation also. O&M is going up. If you look at it, our budget is $803 million compared to something in the neighborhood of 700 to 725 in previous years. Obviously, the big change from 2021 was also polar vortex related in regards to the purchase power category and fuel category. You see a big change in A&G, and that is really being impacted by the $95 million transfer from the decommissioning and benefits reserve account to the pension plan. If you remember, when we funded the decommissioning and benefits reserve account, we pull monies out of revenues. And when we're moving monies in or out of the fund to pay pension, the way it filters through is through the A&G account. So you see a very big impact there. But if you look at, let's say you look at 2022 from the 2020 actual information, begin to see where we're beginning to make these investments, which are in T&D, where you're going from 97 million to 128 million. Those are the investments that we're making in the T&D area and the tree trimming area. Technology also filters into that in the T&D area also. If you look at the production, you see investments there. Those are the investments that we're beginning to make with North Omaha 4 and 5, and also some of the power with purpose investments. Obviously, the big driver, A&G, you also see a number of that from 128 to 144. That is really technology based. The change that we're spending really to lay the foundation for the technology needs for the organization going forward. Next slide, please. Net income. We are projecting a budgeted net income of $63 million. That compares to $28 million for our projected 2021 net income. I would just, again, kind of emphasize that we don't budget toward a specific net income number. What we budget toward is to set revenues in place to generate 2 times debt service coverage. And so the net income is kind of the end result of our having revenues in place to generate 2 times debt service coverage. You'll see in the past we have had higher net income, but you also see in those blue lines, those are the contributions we've historically made to the decommissioning and benefits reserve account over the last few years. And although you don't see it in 2021, the $94 million will impact net income for this year. And so it will have a positive impact and a positive impact for our coverage ratio of using the $95 million out of the decommissioning and benefits reserve account. But I guess the important thing here is just to note, we don't budget toward a specific net income number. It's really the end result of us budgeting to generate 2 times debt service coverage. Last slide, next slide, please. This is where you begin to see our investments with our Power with Purpose program. We started this now in 2021, projected you see for production plant going up from the 40s up to $200 million and up doubling that for 2022. This is when the meat of our construction for Power with Purpose begins next year. And obviously in 2023, we need to have those facilities completed. That's what our plan is, to have those facilities completed so we can convert units 4 and 5 at North Omaha from coal to natural gas. So these are the huge investments going forward. I would also note that the T&D and general plant, those are the transmission and technology investments that are being filtered into those other items going forward. So you begin to see higher T&D and also higher general plant. Like I said, technology filters into both of those items going forward. and also the additional monies that we're spending to improve, beginning the improvement of our distribution system. Next slide, please. And really, when you look at what we're investing in our capital dollars, the total budget was $670 million. If you look at it and you break it into what is just being spent to maintain our system versus expand our system, basically 1/4 is really just to maintain our existing system. It's really the maintenance items needed to make sure that we can support our customers' electricity needs. The other 3/4 really is beginning of our investments in power with purpose, and also the strategic initiative work that we've got planned to better engage ourselves with customers going forward. So you can see a huge capital investment in the organization going forward, much greater than we have had over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And as I'd mentioned previously, and of course we talked about it earlier, we did have a bond issue earlier this year. But if you look at the face amount of the bonds that we're looking at issuing in 2022, the face amount's going to be close to $400 million. Again, $75 million of that will be to pay off commercial paper, but the other $325 million will be used to support capital needs of the organization. Obviously, we have the huge over $600 million capital budget. It's important for us to be able to meet that going forward, and we need to issue the debt to meet those needs. So you can see that this is really year 2 of a 3-year process. You'll see something very similar in 2023. Those will be the ending dollars that we're going through to pay for the Power with Purpose projects. Next slide, please. And these are metrics that are important to us when we issue debt. We always want to make sure that we maintain a healthy cash level. And when you look at, in particular, S&P, they would like us to maintain a level between 150 and 270 days. And you can see our projection for the end of the year is 204 days. And when you look at the budget for 2022, we're at that same level, right in the middle of a strong AA rated level for cash. And I would also note that this does not include the additional lines of credit that we have available to support us going forward. We have an additional line of credit with Wells Fargo Bank that helps us add additional levels of liquidity up to 250 days of what I would call liquidity on hand. So again, a very strong position going forward. Next slide, please. Debt ratio. As we talked about, we are issuing debt, and our debt ratio is going up. Debt to equity ratio, that is. And you'll see it is creeping up above what we're looking at on a peer group. And in really discussing this with our financial advisor, it's going to be critically important that when we do get done with issuing this initial round of debt, that we do show the rating agencies that we are going to be paying that debt off in a planned process going forward, that we're not going to be holding a sustained level of high debt. And so we will be working with that, and we've also already started those discussions with the rating agencies. So even though it might be you seeing it creeping above the AA rated peer group, we are having discussions with the rating agencies about this, and feel comfortable that they understand what our plans are and that we are going to be managing our debt level appropriately. Next slide, please. The rate stabilization account. This is kind of what we call our rainy day fund. It has $50 million in it, and it has had that level since 2019. It's really meant for one-time, large, unexpected expenses that could impact rates. And I know one of the questions might be, well, why don't we just use this to help mitigate a rate increase? And again, these are for one-time expenses. For example, the July storm that we had, that was a one-time expense. We added, it was $15 million of additional cost to the utility. Luckily, we've been able to mitigate most of that. And so when you look at our year-end financials, they're looking pretty strong without us using the rate stabilization fund. But it's really set up for one-time expenses that could drive a rate increase in the future, not what I would call ongoing expenses or ongoing investments in the organization. That's where we are using our rates to really facilitate and pay for those items. But we do have this fund available. If we do have an unexpected expense, we do have $50 million available to help us cover that expense. All right, next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about our decommissioning and benefits reserve account. It was set up in 2016 as a tool for the district to manage our two largest liabilities, and that would be the district's retirement plan and our decommissioning expenses. And really, the fund is only authorized to either pay for decommissioning expenses beyond what the current funding plan would have in any given year, or to pay for pension expenses above or beyond our annual required contribution. And just as a reminder, we pay in the neighborhood of $56 million a year to our pension plan every year, our annual required contribution. And as you saw before, we pay over $100 million every year into our decommissioning fund, somewhere between $100 and $150 million into that fund. This reserve account was really meant to cover the payment of liabilities beyond those annual payments that we make. Management is authorized to use what we call regulatory accounting to reduce current revenues and then to deposit monies or to essentially increase the reserve as a result. And by reducing current revenues, it means that in the future, when you do pull monies out of the decommissioning and benefits reserve account, it would increase revenues at that point. The reserve account currently is sitting at $115 million. And as Director Yoder mentioned earlier, we are going through the process of looking at an asset liability study for our pension plan. And through that process, we're going to be looking at reducing our discount rate. And when you do that normally, that would it has the potential of significantly increasing our contribution, because if we aren't earning as much from our fund in the future because our projections go down, we have to make that up by increasing our contributions going forward. So the use of the decommissioning and benefits reserve account will allow us to support a payment into the pension plan. And if you go to the next slide, Mo, that would allow us to essentially mitigate the impact of reducing our discount rate on the pension plan. And we knew that that was a possibility this year when we went through the asset liability study, that our 7% return might be too high and that we might have to reduce it. And so we decided to go through kind of a probabilistic analysis that looked at the risk of pulling monies out of the decommissioning and benefits reserve account, but also making sure that we had enough support in the decommissioning effort that with any money that we had left over in the account, it would be there to support decommissioning. And so we ran a probabilistic model that looked at the potential risks in our decommissioning plan. The risks of our expenses going forward, investment returns, changes in funding levels, refunds for spent fuel. There was a variety of different risks that we ran. And in consultation with Tim Euling of our decommissioning group, we had the probabilistic look at these various returns and really determined that the district has about a 75% chance of being fully funded when we get done with the decommissioning effort without adding any additional income into our decommissioning fund beyond what we've already got planned. So when we look at pulling $95 million out of the decommissioning benefits reserve for a pension contribution, that leaves us a $20 million balance in the fund, and that would be able to support that 25% chance that we may not have enough funds available for decommissioning. And certainly we have the ability in the future, in the next few years, if we have additional income, to add to this fund and to grow that balance again, to either support decommissioning or to, in the possibility of supporting the pension plan again in the future. So we feel comfortable with the $95 million deposit from the decommissioning benefits reserve account to the pension plan. We also feel comfortable that the $20 million balance will cover that 25% chance that we don't have enough funds in our decommissioning fund to fully cover decommissioning costs. And it has a really huge positive impact on our funded ratio. If we can flip to the next slide, please. You can see that the $95 million deposit will increase our funded ratio from 72 to 75%. And that is remarkable because we'll be using a much lower discount rate of 6.5%. Like I said earlier, typically when you drop your discount rate, your funded ratio normally would decrease, and sometimes fairly substantially when you have to now plan for lower income in the future. Your liability increases with a lower discount rate. So being able to actually put the $95 million in increases the funded ratio and also makes it easier for us to earn that 6.5%. It's a more conservative figure going forward with the pension plan. So we have a higher funded ratio and what I would say is a greater probability of us getting the income we need off of our pension investments going forward when we have 6.5% that we have to meet as opposed to 7%. So it's really a huge positive, both for the retirees and our current employees, but also for the organization itself. Just having a more conservative, essentially decommissioning process, or not decommissioning, but retirement plan process going forward as far as the discount rate and the funded ratio. So again, a very positive impact on that. Next slide, please. Yeah, Director Yoder. Director Yoder, I think you're
appear to be muted.
I'm sorry. When was the last time we lowered the discount rate? There was a question in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. We lowered it from 7.75% to 7% in 2016.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the date of our last asset liability study. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see the reserve balance. It does drop from 115 to $20 million. We have accounted for this. Obviously, we're pulling monies away from existing funds that we have set aside in the revenue fund for this. We have accounted for that as we've gone forward, making sure that the cash levels are still adequate, even with the $95 million withdrawal from our reserve account, which is where the decommissioning and benefits reserve is currently being held. Next slide, please. You'll see the coverage ratios. The coverage ratios are again skewed a little bit by this $95 million transaction that we're planning to make out of the decommissioning and benefits reserve account. But if you look at the historic information, you see that 2022 is very close to 2020. Our plan is to again be at 2 times debt service coverage. Again, that's one of the key, if not the key metric that the rating agencies look at when they determine whether we're a AA rated utility or not. And so that continues to happen as part of the 2022 budget. Next slide, please. The Brattle Group came in over about a week and a half period and really reviewed with all of the directors and direct reports that are part of the keep saying decommissioning, part of the budgeting process, um, the items that actually went into the budget. They reviewed customer forecasts, revenue forecasts, resource planning, generation planning, the fuel budget, the O&M expense budget, Fort Calhoun decommissioning planning, capital expenses. And they went through a very thorough review with us and basically reported out that they feel that the budget, the process that we went through in the budget, adequately supported by the data that is going into the budget process. So they feel comfortable with the information that we've got and that the budgeting process is accurately being displayed in the corporate operating plan. So with that, next steps. Our goal is to post the preliminary corporate operating plan this week for customers to review. It's a long document. This is just a summary of that I've just went through. We will present to the board any differences between the preliminary corporate operating plan that's being posted this month and the final corporate operating plan that will be presented to the board in December. Of course, we'll have a summary of any changes, and the board will have a chance to review those changes and then discuss and potentially vote on those changes plus the rate action at the December 16th board meeting. So we have this period of review. Typically, there isn't many, if any, changes between the preliminary and final COP. There always is that possibility, and we're prepared to share any changes with you coming up in December. But I did want to get into, obviously, the next piece beyond the corporate operating plan is to discuss in detail a little bit more about the rate increase we're proposing and really the process we went through to develop the rate and what we call our cost of service study that really looks at the cost of what does it take to serve each one of our various customers in our customer classes, and how are we making sure that we can distribute the revenue appropriately to make sure that each customer is paying for their fair share of the costs to serve them. And so with that, I'm going to turn the discussion over to Beth Hoyle, who's our manager, who's the manager of our rates area, to really talk about kind of the process.
Hang on, John.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I appreciate you wanting to turn it over. I do want to take any questions we have on the COP first, if you're okay with that.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I don't know that there are any questions. I'll just point out, let's see. Oh, there's a hand raised. Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Yoder. John, this has been super helpful, and I know we all saw this in pre-committee, but it's helpful to hear it and see it a second time, especially because you're responding to some of the questions that we had. So thank you for presenting it again. In some of my questions, I just want to be, for me, I'm trying to put myself in the position of, you know, your average customer owner and trying to think about what they might be thinking and wondering about. And perhaps it's unique to the utility industry. I don't know, but the way in which we budget towards a targeted that 2.0 debt service coverage is perhaps not something that most people are going to be familiar with. So I guess one question for me is, what are the merits of doing that? I know that sort of helps us achieve a particular bond rating, but as an example, if we didn't achieve that target, if we fell below it, what are the implications? Just talk about kind of what are the consequences of us not meeting that target?
Sure, Director Moody. Thank you for the question. Yeah, strategic directive 3 is that we be a AA rated utility. That's kind of the direction from the board, that we maintain our AA rated status. And if for whatever reason we didn't meet the 2 times debt service coverage, that would be a big red flag for the rating agencies. That is, they look at a lot of metrics when they review our financial condition. This is one of the biggest. And what that is if you think about it, debt service coverage is our revenues less our operating expenses, and it's basically the amount of net revenues left over that we can use to pay for debt service. And then historically, when you look at prior to 2021, that coverage amount, which has generally been between 120 and 150 million dollars that we generate every year, that additional rent income, that's the second times our debt service. The first times pays for our debt, which has generally been between 120 and 130 million dollars. That additional amount above that really goes to support our capital program, the capital that we needed to maintain our utility. And so if you look at, if you remember back the slide where we showed sustain and expand, that really helped us sustain the utility over the last 5 years. We didn't have to raise rates, but we did generate enough revenues to allow us to do normal maintenance, normal outages that were at the plants, normal capital that we needed to just replace transformers and parts of substations and those type of things. So really the coverage part of that really helps us cover that sustained piece going forward.
Yeah,
if I may just quickly, I think adding to John, it's something that our customer owners, your constituents may not necessarily be aware of, and something to be very proud of, is that because of what John just explained, we can say very clearly that traditionally we have been paying cash for our capital investments for the past number of years, at least 5, if not longer than that. So it is one where in an era of where there's a lot of talk in the community about debt and incurring a lot of debt as a nation, as a state. This is one where you can say these 2 times debt service coverage has allowed us to pay cash for our sustained investments, which is fantastic. It's one of the reasons why we're in such a strong financial position today to take on the investments that are necessary in the future.
Yeah, that's helpful, and I appreciate that, Javier. Let me, again, I'm trying to foresee questions, and part of what I want to make sure I understand. So, we don't hit the number. Rating agencies are unhappy. They degrade our ability to borrow funds. Like, talk to me about sort of the sequence of events that occurs that makes debt more expensive, which means what? Walk me through that if you would, real quick.
Sure, and that's, I'm sorry, I didn't cover the second part of your question, which obviously if we drop our debt rating, if our debt rating declines, the interest cost on our debt will go up. And we do have a very substantial amount of debt to issue here in the next few years. So that is not consequential when you see potential interest rates increases tied to a lower debt rating. I would also note too, and this was a good example last year, when we went through the beginning of the pandemic last March and April, and I know Javier can attest to this, we were on the cusp of having some issues with rolling over our commercial paper. But being a AA rated utility, having A1P1, which is the highest rating possible for commercial paper, allowed us to roll over that paper. That was not the case with a lot of utilities. A lot of utilities had to either pay it off, pay their commercial paper off, or pull bank lines to support them. And so there's also essentially there's a consequence beyond just interest of our strong financial ability, our debt rating, allowing us to access credit markets at times when it's difficult for others to access credit markets. And we had a great example of that back in the March-April timeframe.
Right. Great, that's helpful. And again, I'm not suggesting that we walk dangerously into any of that territory. I'm just wanting to clear up and make sure that our constituents and customer owners understand it. One more question for me. John, you mentioned the rate stabilization fund. That's $50 million. I think it's been there since 2019, so it's a fund that we have. Part of what I'm trying to understand is, you mentioned the July storm as a one-time event. It also strikes me that, the polar vortex was in 2021, was also a one-time event. Both had meaningful implications for our finances. So I'm finding myself wondering about the mechanics of that and the extent to which events that occurred in 2021 and like, yes, we've done a great job managing. I get that. But I'm wondering about like if and when that kicks in. I know that I think everyone other than Mike perhaps was around for when we tapped into that to avoid a rate increase. But I'm trying to understand what some examples might be for when we would use that and the extent to which, those two major events and how that rolls from 2021 financial implications into 2022 and what its effect might be. That makes sense?
Yeah, I think so. I would just say that we certainly looked at the possibility of using the rate stabilization fund for both the storm and the polar vortex. Both of those are one-time financial events that we didn't budget for
Right.
that could have a negative impact on us. And again, the driver for us on whether we use it or not has really been 2 times debt service coverage. And now because of the usage of the $95 million from the decommissioning benefits reserve account, plus all the work that the organization did to help mitigate and reduce expenses for the year, we don't need to tap into the funds to get to 2 times debt service coverage. That's really been the driver historically on when we would do this. And so we would, I mean, if I thought that we still needed an extra $10 million to meet 2 times debt service coverage, I would be coming to you through the finance committee, and this would be something that we would ask the board to authorize us, because this is a fund where we ask the board to authorize the monies being pulled out of, and so we would do that. But right now we don't have that. We don't have that need. We don't have the forecast is showing that we're above 2 times debt service coverage.
Right. So and that's not a fund that we, as an example, and again, just trying to make sure we all understand. So if we use 10 million, if we tapped into it for 10 million, that needs to get replenished at some point, right? And fairly quickly. So in the next year or the year after, which I assume then perhaps, I don't know, kicks the can down the road a little bit in terms of putting upward pressure on rates in order to replenish that fund.
Yes, we would plan, and this is one question when we've had, and this is way back when we have used it in the past. We've been pretty lucky in that we've been able to replenish it within 12 months of our usage, and we've had discussions with the rating agencies. If we do drop the fund, they would want to see what is your plan in place to reuse it.
Right.
So, or to not reuse it, but to replenish the fund. And so,
Right.
we would definitely need to have plans in place fairly quickly if we did decide to use it for a major event.
Okay, and just curious, remind me what the event was in 2018 that caused us to use it. Anybody remember?
I don't think in 2018 we had to use it. I think it was an event later, and I believe it might have been an event that took place, either an extended outage at a power plant. It was something. This was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I believe it might have been an extended outage at a power plant right in the
Right.
middle of summer. It probably was before we were part of the day 2 market with SPP.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you for your questions, Director Moody. Director Williams, you have your hand up.
Great, thanks. I guess I appreciate everything we're seeing here. This is things look great. I specifically am interested in the fact that we are simultaneously decreasing the discount rate and increasing the funded percentage. I think that's a great accomplishment. So thank you for the recommendation on that. Those are two steps forward simultaneously. That comes from the reserve account, and you then tied that back over to the the ongoing decommissioning activity. And I hope we can get a little clarification there. You highlighted that would leave $20 million to cover the 25% chance that we might have an additional increase in costs in the decommissioning. But what this means is that we are not expecting to make additional annual contributions toward the decommissioning balance. Is that correct?
That is correct. Right now, we have right now there's a 75% probability that we're going to have enough funds when you look at all the variables that go into place. So that's a very strong probability that we won't have to tap into anything. And so that $20 million just is there to kind of cover what I would say an emergency. And I see Javier is trying to say something.
Just really quick, just to make sure that the question from Director Williams is, the way I understood it is, are we planning on making any more contributions to the decommissioning fund? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
$139 million in 2022, $139 million in 23, and another $139 in 24. So all of that will go to fund decommissioning. This additional $20 million is for additional volatility that may happen that will cover that. So it's not to fund the remaining balance needs for the fund.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification there, because when we get to systems and the nuclear report, I was going to say $20 million is not on the order of the remaining amount of work in decommissioning. And I wanted to make sure that we were clear that we are not describing the remaining work to be completed in decommissioning on the order of something like the $20 million. That is a reserve related to the potential volatility outside of the expected contributions over each of the next 3 years.
That is correct. Thank you. And thank you, Javier, for correcting that. I was misinterpreting the statement. So
sorry if my question was confusing, but I appreciate the clarification there. And yeah, thanks for the presentation and everything else. I appreciate what we've seen, and I'm looking forward to the additional details that you've got to present. Thanks.
I don't see any other hands. I have a question on the CapEx slide where we point out that our $201 million expense in 21 will go up to 418 in 2022. Help me understand the information we offer to the public on this, on that production plan expense. Yeah, this is a 1 year look or year by year look, and not looking more than into 2023, 2024, and the rest. Is there a way to knit together our expectations for that? Where's that information for what's going to happen in 2023, 24? Is that in the IRP? Does that come out? Where can the public say, okay, we know of these investments next year, but what might we expect for the years following?
that's a great question. I think I'm going to chime on here from Mr. Underwood or Mr. Sire to kind of chime in on basically the information, which is we'd like to see the total cost for these various projects as opposed to just the 1 year cost. Where can we find those?
Yeah, and it's that. And then I think it's also, how do we see the changes in investments among our production plants over time as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is Brad Underwood. Great to join you and speak to this. We have a staff, Director Yoder, that I think you're familiar with, but for the rest of the folks' benefit, that does financial planning and analysis. They traditionally take a multi-year view of things, and as a characterization, specifically as it relates to power with purpose, I would say the forward-looking CapEx is relatively consistent with our expectations when we pass the power with purpose board resolution. So there's still sourcing that's underway. Some of that we've been able to execute, and some of it we haven't. And one of the reasons we take a 1 year look is because those multi-year looks in the future, sometimes they move. And so we work as best and as hard as we can to manage those, but that would be why you see 1 year here.
Yeah, so if I were to want a higher level, here's where we're headed in the next 5 years, the IRP, this upcoming IRP might offer me some kind of lens for that kind of look.
Yeah, I think if I may, that would certainly give you a piece of the picture. There's also other pieces of the picture that wouldn't necessarily show within the integrated resource plan. And Mr. Thurber had referenced some of those, whether they were customer projects or projects to maintain reliability and resiliency that are already in our existing infrastructure. And so it's kind of more of the, I'll say, sustain piece, to use the vernacular in the slide deck, for our existing infrastructure. And so you'd see a piece of it there for sure. It'd probably be a sizable piece, and some of it would, of course, fall outside of that setting.
Okay, thank you. And then just a comment for everybody. Thank you for the answer. Just a comment for the other board members. So there were some questions asked. The answers were put into diligent. And then also in diligent, you'll see that there's a November 1 Brattle letter to the board of directors inviting the board to put any questions regarding their review back to Brattle. I've been talking with by email with John and Mo about the potential for that. So if you have some questions in that go beyond maybe larger or just looking for a different view than what we're getting here, I don't know that it's needed, but the opportunity's there. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Let's go ahead and get to the fun stuff, right? Not that this wasn't fun. Let's talk about rates.
Great. Thank you, Director Yoder. And again, I'm going to turn it over to Beth Hoyle, who is our manager of our rates area. And Beth can talk to you about her team and what they did to make sure that the rate increase that we're asking the board to approve is done, is allocated to our customers in a fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory way. So Beth, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everyone. Like John mentioned, I'm Beth Hoyle. I'm the manager of pricing and rates. I'm going to start by going over a few slides on the process of rate making before we get into the proposed changes. So next slide. This first slide is the 20,000-foot view of the rate setting process. All rate setting starts with determining the revenue requirement. And this is how large is the pie? What are the revenues that are needed to properly fund the utility for the following year? After the revenue requirement is determined, we conduct the cost of service study, and this will show us how do we slice the pie. The cost of service study equitably allocates the revenue requirements of the utility among the various customer classes, which are residential, commercial, industrial, lighting, and wholesale. And then it goes into rate design. How should the slices of the pie be served? Designing the rates to recover the costs that customers are incurring. Next slide. The cost of service study is utilized in the electric industry as the standard to which customer classes are charged according to their fair share of costs. And there are 3 steps in the cost of service study. The first step is functionalization. This is where costs are separated according to functions, which are generation, transmission, and distribution costs. The process of functionalization is important as each customer class utilizes these assets or functions differently. For example, OPPD's distribution assets are used more by our residential and commercial customers, so those customers incur more of the distribution costs. On the other hand, our large general service customers don't utilize the distribution assets as much since their service is delivered at a higher voltage level, meaning they're incurring more of the transmission costs. The second step is classification. This takes the functionalized costs and classifies them based on the driver of the costs. So costs are separated into 3 cost components, which are demand-related costs, energy-related costs, and customer-related costs. Demand-related costs are costs that vary based on the customer's maximum demand and is measured in kilowatts. Energy-related costs are costs that vary based on the customer's energy needs, measured in kilowatt hours. And customer-related costs are costs that vary with the number of customers on the system. The final step in the cost of service study is allocation. Allocation is the assignment of classified costs to customer classes based on the relative proportion of their contribution to those cost drivers. To properly allocate costs, it's essential to understand the characteristics of each customer class. This includes the number of customers in each class, the energy consumed, the voltage at which customers take service, and their contribution to the peak demands on the system. These costs allocated to each rate class represent the fair apportionment of the revenue requirement. And each step requires the same question to be asked: what is causing the cost to be incurred? And then we go into rate design, and our goal is to set rates so they're continually moving towards cost of service. The cost of service study goes through this complex process to determine who is incurring the costs, and then we set the rates to recover those costs through the 3 rate elements of demand, energy, and customer service charges. Next slide. So we've worked with our rate consultant, which is also the Brattle Group, for almost 3 years on making improvements to the cost of service study. Work really started to pick up in June of 2020, and the vision of what we wanted the cost of service study to be really started to take shape. We wanted to streamline the process and consolidate and automate where we could to be more efficient. So we focused on streamlining how data was pulled into the study. This allows us to now complete the cost of service study in the fraction of the time it historically took, so we can focus more on rate setting and analysis and impact to customers. We can now use the study to look at changes the organization is making and how those changes will impact rates. We will be able to get a better look at what different scenarios mean for our rates and even see impacts at the customer class level. And my team is going to continue to add advanced modeling techniques to the study to continue to support future rate options. After the resource optimization sessions and information is entered into the system, we begin the cost of service study process. We pull in the data, we verify the revenue requirement needed, we identify shortfalls at a customer class level, and then we begin designing the rates to recover the shortfalls. When we are setting rates, again, we're continuing to move towards cost of service and making sure rates are set up correctly to help us prepare for the future and send more accurate price signals. The Brattle Group has reviewed our updated cost of service study and also supports the proposed rate changes. Next slide. So in the corporate operating plan presentation, we stated the revenue shortfall in 2022 was $26 million, which is leading to the average rate increase of 2.5%. The table shows the breakdown of the proposed percent increase by customer class. The first line is the proposed average annual increase, and the second line is the additional revenue from the proposed increase to show how the $26 million will be recovered and from what class, based on the results from the cost of service study and costs that each customer class is incurring. The proposed increase is an average annual increase at the customer class level. It is important to note that rates within each customer class will have varying increases, and customers within each rate will see varying increases. So based on the cost of service study results, we're proposing a 3.2% average annual increase for residential customers. For our residential rates, we aligned each rate with how the rate utilizes the system and when they incur costs. So for our standard rate 110 customers, which is a majority of our residential customers, they will experience the increase during the summer months when they incur additional costs. Residential conservation rate 115 will experience the increase during the non-summer months to better align the non-summer rate with when they are incurring costs. For all residential customers, the increases they will experience will be based on energy consumption. If a customer is a low user, they will see less than the 3.2% annual increase. If a customer has high energy consumption, the increase will be more than the 3.2%. Commercial customers will see an average annual increase of 0.9%, mainly seeing that increase again during the summer months. With the majority of commercial customers, customers with low energy consumption again will experience less than the 0.9%, and high energy consumption users will see higher than the 0.9%. Our industrial customers will see an average annual increase of 3.2%. For the majority of the industrial rates, there will be a decrease in the demand charge and an increase in the energy charge, again, based on the results from the cost of service study. Depending on the demand for each customer and their energy consumption, these increases will impact each industrial customer differently, and we do have our senior account executives available to work with our large general service customers. The increase for lighting is 2.5% across the board for each of our lighting rates, which include dusk to dawn lighting, street lights, and traffic signals. And again, you can see how much additional revenue the increase will bring for each customer class and how the $26 million will be recovered.
So I would just add to what Beth said. Obviously, these are average increases amongst each class, and you'll see a range of increases depending on when you take our power and how much you use the power. So there may be residential folks that see a very, very small increase, and there may be residential people that see a higher increase than 3.2. It really depends, again, on the time that you take the power and the amount of power that you use. And again, similar situation for the commercial, industrial, lighting, and wholesale customers. Again, also just to note, the question obviously is, these are not even amounts over each one of these classes. And that really is, again, being driven by the cost of serving them and what we're collecting from these classes currently. So obviously with the commercial class, we're collecting more revenue than we did with the residential or industrial class. And so their increase is smaller compared to those other classes. And so so you see that, and if you wonder why we have different differences, it really is driven by the cost of service model and when and how you use power. So I guess obviously this is an important slide. Wanted to see if anybody wants to ask any questions now, or if you want to wait until after the presentation is over.
Unless you think the next slide is necessary before questions, I will take questions now. I see Director Williams has his hand raised.
I appreciate the description of the breakdown of the increase in costs, especially for the residential customers, since there's the largest number of them, the most likely to have questions for us. You mentioned that it's based on the time when people will be using the power from us. Can you elaborate there? We've talked about time of use type of rates in the past, but you say time, you mean time of year, not time as in time of day, right?
That is correct, Beth. You can kind of chime in here too. As Beth mentioned, for rate 110 customers, our major class, we're looking at increase in summer rates. For 115, those are what we call heat pump customers, like myself, we'll see an increase in the winter. And so if I end up using more power in the winter, I'll have a higher than 3.2% increase. If I'm using more power in the summer than I typically use, I'll see a higher than 3.2% increase for those people that are under rate 110. So you're right, Director Williams, it is a time of year implication, not a time of day, specifically for the residential customers.
Appreciate the clarification there. And now that is reflected in the rate table itself. Is that available, or when will we see what the breakdown of the cost per kilowatt hour? I know we have different costs in summer and non-summer months there, and I'm not sure if people will have specific questions about that. Is that when will people be able to see that?
Yeah, John, I'll take that one. The full red line of the service regulations and schedules document will be on oppd.com after the committee meeting. And so it will have all rate changes noted.
Great, appreciate that. And there was a comment specifically about people who have less than average energy use would see a lower increase in their overall energy expense. People who have higher than average energy use would see a higher increase. I personally appreciate that type of structure in the way that we are distributing the rate increase here. I have expressed concern in the past that our rates provide a lower cost, particularly per unit, for those customers who consume a lot within a particular rate class. And so I appreciate the description there, and I look forward to seeing the red line of the rate table when that is available, and then being prepared to answer questions for anybody who might have them. So thanks for making that information available. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Williams, for your questions. Director Bogner was next with her hand raised.
Okay, so in the red lines that are available in our committee packet here, we're changing rate 110 from 9.36 cents a kilowatt hour in the summer months across all blocks. But then 115, it's the declining block in the non-summer months that gets changed. But then the summer months remains at that 9.36 cents per kilowatt hour. I guess I'm really having a hard time understanding why. I understand that those two groups use our system differently depending on time of year. I guess I know that we talked about, the declining block earlier this year. We've decided to not change that structure. I guess I'm just really having a hard time with the specific rate change to 115 and why it's on the declining block that we're increasing those declining blocks. And I don't know if we have that in a slide format that we could look at. I don't know if I have a specific question beyond that. I'm having some heartache over these two rates and how the numbers were determined. I just want to make sure that these are I would say, how are we determining, I guess here's my question, how are we determining that a customer on 110 is not more impacted by this change than a customer on 115? That's my question.
Yes. So what we did to look at our residential rates is we looked at how they were utilizing the system and when they were needing energy so that we could meet their energy needs. When you look at rate 110, they hit their peaks during the summer months, so they're incurring more costs during the summer months. So that's what's driving the increase to raise the summer month rate for rate 110. When you look at rate 115, they hit peaks during the non-summer months and also the summer months. And so when we looked at recovering the production demand charges, we needed to more uniformly charge the energy components across both summer and non-summer months. So that's what was driving the increase in the non-summer months for rate 115.
All right.
Did that answer your question, Director Bogner?
Well, without stirring the block rate issue up again, sort of. I guess that it'll be fine for today. Thank you.
Director Yoder, if I may just really quick, we are publishing for the first time, and I understand the team is probably too humble to talk about this, but we are for the first time ever, my understanding is, we are sharing not only the corporate operating plan with the public, which will be available on oppd.com, but also the biennial report on rates. This is a report that goes into detail explaining how the rates were calculated, what the ins and outs, and perhaps starting to address the question that Director Bogner had. This is something that we haven't done in the past. Typically, what we have done in the past is just redline the rate schedules. This is a 30-page document that goes into detail explaining, having a narrative. So I want to put that out there because it took a lot of effort for the team to prepare this document for the first time. And while we may not have answered 100% Director Bogner's question, I think these hopefully will help bridge the gap of understanding for other customer owners.
If I may add on here, it's not just having complete information, which thank you very much for offering that. I do appreciate the work that the teams put and the transparency that you offer. I don't think there's any, I mean, the transparency is welcome, the transparency is real, and I'm thankful for it. I personally have the same internal struggles that I thought I heard in Director Bogner's voice about a few things. And part of this is because it's not a topic I'm enveloped in on a daily basis. It's a new way of thinking sometimes. And quite honestly, it's been 5 years since we've had a rate increase, right? So we're all trying to figure out how to move forward on this. So thank you for that. I think we have a month here to go through this and work out our uneasiness on any particular issue. and I have confidence on both sides here. Director Bogner, is your hand still raised? Okay. Director Williams, I see yours is up. Is it up again? It's down. Okay. So I know you have a few more slides, or what? Well, I think you have another slide on rate changes. Is that correct, Beth?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you do that, and then I'd like to comment before we move into the next subject.
Okay. So next slide. Other rate items that will be proposed for 2022 that will be included in the rate action in December are Green Power Riders 463A and B will be removed as available riders effective March 31st, 2022. In October, Heather Seekin, the Director of Product Development and Marketing, presented the recommendation to sunset the current Green Power Riders and offer a green focused program that customers can subscribe to and partner with OPPD to choose, promote, and execute on environmental related projects. Sports Fields and Fairground service will be removed on January 1st, 2022. Those customers will be moved to a general service small demand rate 231, and our OPPD representatives are currently working with those customers on different rider options that are available to them. We will be adding 3 new LED streetlight methods. And then for Rider 470, which is our customer service charges, we're going to be updating the line extension and temporary charges for residential and general service and the pole attachment fees, and both of those will be effective January 1st, 2022. We are also updating the credit for our general service curtailable customers on Riders 467, 467H, and 467L. And again, all of these changes are included in the red line version of the service regulations and schedules. Next slide.
Well, the next slide, hang on just a second. Director Moody?
Okay.
It's not specific to this. I've just got a couple macro level questions, comments before we move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, go ahead, Beth.
Was that for me to go ahead?
I think Beth
Sorry.
has one last slide to go through.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the other items we had on the biennial rate package was to look at our Rider 461, which is our fuel and purchase power adjustment. By formula, OPPD recovers the costs incurred for fuel and purchase power through the fuel and purchase power adjustment, or FPPA. We started looking at ways of stabilizing the over-under collected amount that is carried forward the following year. So starting in 2022, the FPPA formula will include revenue from excess energy sales into the Southwest Power Pool. This change is to better reflect the structure of modern competitive power markets, and again, will provide increased stability to the over-under collected amounts in the formula on an annual basis. The FPPA recovers costs through 2 mechanisms: the base rate, which is included in the general rates, and the FPPA factor, which is an amount that is billed on top of the general rate. The factor adjustment is what customers see as a line item on their bill. The change in the formula does not change the factor for 2022 and therefore will not generate a rate increase or decrease for FPPA.
And I would just add to that, just a couple of comments here at the end. I think it became very evident earlier this year when we had the huge increase in fuel and purchase power from the polar vortex. But if you look at the adjustment, if we didn't offset it from the additional revenue that we gained from the polar vortex under the off-system revenue, we have this huge adjustment that needs to be done. Otherwise, we would be over collecting from customers in 2022 when we have revenues available from off-system sales to offset that. So this adjustment here that we're making to FPPA really just reflects the market that we live in, the situation we live in with the day 2 market. So again, I just want to emphasize, I realize there's a lot going on here with rates, and there's a lot of nuances with rates. We're here to help support any questions that you have regarding the proposed rate increase. If you go through, you'll see the rate schedules and the red line version of the rate schedules. We did talk in a little more detail in our committee meetings about this, but we would be happy to make sure that you feel comfortable with what we're proposing. And again, our goal is really to make sure that that what we end up is fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, that we follow the cost of service, that our customers feel that they're paying for the cost of serving them, and that they are truly paying for their cost and not subsidizing other customer classes. And so that's what our goal has been. And certainly, if you have questions in regards to the Brattle group about this too, we'd be happy to facilitate communication with them on those questions. So with that, Director Yoder, I will turn it over to you for any follow-ups or questions. See hands raised.
Yeah, there are hands raised. Thank you very much for your comments there, John. I do appreciate the willingness to have the continued dialogue. Director Moody, you're first up.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Couple things. One is thank you for the offer to continue these conversations, John. I'll say that I learn a lot from hearing questions of other directors. We're a team. We've got different areas of expertise. And so I very much appreciate the way that the team has shared those Qs and As with us as a unit. And I would encourage you to continue to do that. That's super helpful for me. Question. So we're zeroed in on this year, and that's appropriate, but I'm mindful of the fact that we haven't adjusted rates in 5 years. And I guess, so my question is, I'd like to hear kind of an interpretation, maybe Javier, this is best from you, on how challenging it was or was not to keep rates flat for 5 years. What kind of impact did that have on the organization? What kind of strain? Would love to hear that perspective, please.
Yes, so thank you, Director Moody. It was hard. It was incredibly hard. And it got harder the longer, the more the time passed, right? The first year was easier than the 5th year, for sure. In 5 years, we, OPPD and our customer owners, we experienced inflation, cumulative inflation for 5 years. Cost of goods and services and materials, salaries, all of those inflation pressures were in OPPD's budget every single year, and they were cumulative, right? 2018 inflation was in addition to 2017's inflation, et cetera. So as time went by, on the 5th year, the challenge was really, really hard. What we did was, back in 2015, OPPD embarked on a lean and process improvement initiative. We hired consultants. They helped us lower our costs, administrative costs and other costs, to really take advantage of lean practices to lower costs in the organization. We did a lot of restructuring inside the organization, eliminated positions, changed the way we did a lot of the functions at OPPD in an effort to lower costs. We also embarked on a very robust supply chain management transformation, looking at our inventories, looking at the way we order supplies, and making sure that we were lean and had enough supplies on time, but not too much that we were not using our resources adequately. So it was a combination of all of those things, and probably the most important piece here was the decommissioning of our Fort Calhoun nuclear station that happened in 2016. Part of that commitment from the board back in 2016 was, as we're decommissioning this nuclear plant, which was, it had significant effects throughout the organization, especially employees who worked at the plant. The idea was there were going to be savings from no longer operating that plant versus the resources we still had to put in to decommission that plant. So those excess resources were also used to help fuel the growth that we experienced in 5 years without necessarily having to do the rate increase. The consequences have been, well, I would have liked to start some of the initiatives that we have today. I would have liked to start them a few years earlier. Part of it, we had to wait until we had the financial wherewithal to do those initiatives, but also, the organization had to grow and learn about the initiatives we had to make. We our service territory has grown. We have a lot more miles of distribution lines to serve. We haven't necessarily increased the number of people commensurately to the growth of the region. We're doing the same. We're doing a lot more work with the same resources. Fatigue is starting to play a big role in the organization, and it is one that where I am not willing to put that at any more risk than we already have. Right, the safety of our employees is incredibly important. So I am proud of what the organization did. 5 years of not increasing rates is not easy, and we accomplished it. The Director Yoder presented the revision to SD2, which basically says we succeeded in 5 years of no general rate increase. That was a fantastic accomplishment. It is time for us to grow with the needs of the district and really start adding the resources that we need to keep our employees safe and to keep our customer owners also safe and with reliable power. Hopefully this helps.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That paints the right picture. That paints the picture that I was trying to understand. So thank you. I'm complete, Rick. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moody. Good question. While you were asking, I went and quickly looked at the consumer price index for electricity over the last 5 years. It's gone up 11%. Just saying. Okay, Director Williams.
So, Director Yoder, I guess this is mostly a question for you, a process question. I hadn't read through our attachments carefully enough to look at the rate 110 and 115 red line version. Is now an appropriate time to talk through that in any more detail following on Amanda's question, or how would you like to handle ongoing discussion there?
Director Yoder, I think you're on mute.
Looking at time and reflecting on Director Moody's comments about making sure that the Q&A get posted so we can all see them, I think we can save on time if we do this post the committee meeting. How we do that? Try it with email first, and if must needs, we will set up conference, a web conference among interested directors, because I know you are not the only one to want to dive deeper there.
And then, do you mind if I ask, do we have an understanding of the path forward? This is the presentation now, but we are set to approve the COP, including the red line of the rates next month. I mean, if there is concern, what is the mechanism for discussion or potential adjustment in any area?
Well, I'm open to suggestions there. As I said, this is not something any of us have done other than Director Kavanaugh. Which has changed the rates in 5 years. So
I can chime in. I can offer, and maybe Steve Bruckner. I'm going to ask Steve to help us here. This is one of the reasons why this is designed this way. We're presenting the preliminary draft in November, and we have a full month to have these discussions. These discussions, my hope is for us to have conversations with each one of you directors, answering your questions, engaging in a lot more detail about questions that you may have. Director Yoder mentioned the possibility of you reaching out to our rates consultants. I think it is important to acknowledge we have professionals at OPPD that I am incredibly proud of, right? But it's not necessarily a bad idea to perhaps reach out, and you have other professionals that you would like to touch base with that are to the service of the board. It is incredibly important, and let me just emphasize these, that the board approves the corporate operating plan in December. Failure to approve that plan means that we won't have the authority to make any expenditures in 2022. So we have that pressure that we have to have an approved budget by the end of the year. And what I would commit doing is, assigning the resources that we need to answer the questions that you may have, making sure that we have rates that are defensible, that follow practices that are set by other utilities, in the utility industry. So that would be my recommendation is let's work in the next 30 days to answer any questions you may have, so that come December you are comfortable with any modifications we make or with the presentation as it is today.
Let's do this then for process. Thank you very much, Javier. Let's have written questions by the end of the week, and in the meantime, Mo and John and I can work on some kind of web meeting early next week. How does that sound?
Director Yoder, we can work. I'll work with Mo, and we'll see what might make the most sense. I know Monday we'll be busy with our 75-year anniversary, but we'll make sure that we get your questions answered and any meetings set up in a timely basis.
Thank you very much. Director Williams, did you have another question?
Yeah, I guess only because I had previously said something about the lower use, lower increase, higher use, higher increase. And then when Amanda highlighted the change between 110 and 115, I mean, my point of concern there would be that we have talked previously about the relationship between declining blocks and encouraging beneficial electrification. 115 is designed specifically to do that, but in that category, we are increasing the most in the highest energy portion of the block. But in the category where we are not necessarily encouraging any beneficial electrification in the 110 rates, I guess I'm confused, as Amanda mentioned earlier, about why the change there does not seem to be in line with what we've talked previously about the beneficial electrification that is intended through 115, where 110 is not necessarily intended to be beneficial in any way. And I don't mean to bring this into a discussion now. I only mention it because in a public meeting earlier, I made a comment that I wanted to kind of temper based on more information that I'm now reviewing, and I apologize for not having seen that before. All of that said, I appreciate the opportunity to submit some comments and have some additional discussion before we get to a final for next month. So I appreciate the information. Thank you.
And if I may, Director, really quick, just a clarification, acknowledging Director Williams' comments. It is very, very important for us to remember that one thing is rate design changes, and the other one is rate changes, right? What we are discussing today is the need for the corporate operating plan to balance the resources that the organization needs without making any other changes to rate design other than the ones that Ms. Hoyle mentioned earlier about the fairgrounds and a few others that she went through. So it is very, very important for us to keep those two concepts separate. And I fully understand that there are more discussions to be had in the future about rate design changes and blocks and rate 110 and 115. I offer that between now and December, what we are talking about here is how do we allocate the costs so that the revenue, the extra revenue we need is allocated in the best possible way with the current rate structure, not changing rate designs, but allocating the additional revenues and costs that are needed. I hope that helps. But
well, can I?
Please. Yes,
okay.
please.
So all well and good, but I think rate 232 is showing right now a fairly significant structural change that is contrary to what you just described. So it looks like from the red line that the time of year, demand is, if I'm looking at this correct, time of use energy usage costs are being all consolidated to all months. So no longer having a summer and non-summer, and no longer having consumption based or on a per kW demand basis. So help me reconcile those two things.
I can speak to the change.
Yeah, if you can, Beth. Yes, thank you.
To 232. 232 historically was not a true three-part rate, and most of our industrial customers are on that true three-part rate where demand is captured in the demand charge, energy in the energy charge, customer charge in the customer charge. We were capturing some of the energy charges or some of the demand charges within the energy component in 232 still. And so to make it more in line with the other industrial rates, we did change the demand to be the true demand charge. And then we moved their energy charge to be more consistent again with the other industrial customers, because it should just be one flat rate for the KWH charge for all KWH, no matter the season. And so that was kind of the reason for that.
Okay, so should a similar change be made to 231 and 230?
231 and 230 is our commercial class, and we do know that we do need to do work within those rates. There's more analysis that really needs to be done within our rate 231. Having those demands all the way from 50 kW to 1,000 kW, we really need to take a deeper dive into those customers and see what those pricing should be based on the size of those customers.
Okay,
We just weren't able to do that this year.
Okay, so the distinction between commercial customer versus industrial customer all comes down to their peak billing demand. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
On these specific rate questions, Director Bogner, are you good for now? Director Williams and Janice, I see you're there. Director Williams, you still have your hand up?
Yeah, there was a reference to the way or the cost of service study. I guess I'm unfamiliar with what that means exactly. Is that a document? What is the information that goes into the basis of formation of the rates? Is that something that I can read through and learn more about the way that we break down and allocate the costs and then the revenues and rates?
Director Williams, and
if I could, yeah, thanks, John.
I'm sorry, I was going to say.
Great question.
I believe that you'll see in the annual report, it does a nice job of discussing the cost of service study and analysis. Let's put it that way. But Brad, if you want to chime in, why don't you go ahead and do that, please?
Yeah, great comment, John. Appreciate that. I was just going to try and take everyone's collective mindset back to Rates 101 and Rates 201 for those that were able to attend that. And so if I could give you a brief overview, there's this process within the rate making setting that includes functionalization, classification, allocation, and then rate design. And I see you nodding, Director Williams. And so effectively what we're doing with the cost of service study is we're aggregating the district's costs. We're organizing it into certain services or functions, and then we're allocating it back to each of the customer classes effectively based on how they're using the system. So to try and maybe make the comment more meaningful, some of the rate changes you'll see occur in summer months. Some of the rate changes that you'll see occur in non-summer months. And that's consistent with the principles that we would see in SD2 around passing those costs back in a consistent way with how the customers are using the system. And so I didn't do it justice there. I thought your question was a great one, but from a concept perspective, that's effectively what's going on within the cost of service space. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess is a cost of service study a document? Is it a collection of documents? What is it?
Yeah, it's so I would sort of characterize it a tool because it kind of transcends a number of different things. So a couple of the key drivers are it includes a substantial amount of load data from customers, how they're using the system, both kilowatt and kilowatt hour. It includes customer counts. It includes the total cost of the district has to incur to serve the customer. It includes information seasonally around kind of resources and what's showing up where and the cost for those resources, and then of course our aggregated cost of fuel and purchase power for volumetric consumption. So it's kind of it's data from a bunch of different systems. It's aggregated in one place, and then that's where the study occurs.
If I can interrupt, so it's a math model of the system?
Well,
it's a
yeah,
spreadsheet?
That's fair. That's fair, I think, Director Yoder. It's an allocation tool. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, Eric.
Nope, that's all right. I think I'm moving to the realm of probably worthy of email follow-up and additional discussion, so I'll leave it there. And thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Mulhoff, you've Your arm must be getting tired. Your hand's been up quite a while.
No, that's okay. So, you know, I don't have specific questions or concerns about this this rate increase, but I would like to circle back to something that Javier said. You know, and he knows when I first came on the board, I asked several times about what this no general rate increase for 5 years was doing to the organization, and I had concerns about what that at the end of the 5-year period there would be a big rate increase, and that, you know, decisions that should have been made all along and during those 5 years would be kicked down the road. You know, this rate increase will net an additional 26 million in revenue. Now that's annual, but we're still putting in 150 million a year into that nuclear decommissioning effort. So if you think about, yes, this no general rate increase was put into effect for 5 years because we weren't hemorrhaging money at Fort Calhoun, as my predecessor told me, Mr. Mines. But there are still expenses out there, and this rate increase, I think, makes sense because the employees at Oppd have been working hard to tighten their belts for 5 years and not have to have a rate increase. And so I appreciated Javier's comments, and just really want to keep this in perspective. And as far as the allocation between the rate classes, it is the residential, it's the inefficiencies in the residential system that cause the costs to the residential services to go up higher than the commercial and industrial, because it costs more to get power to individual homes than it does to large businesses and large users on the system. So that's really all I wanted to say, and I won't elaborate on that anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Molhoff. I'll try to just cap this off with the reminder, or I'm reminded that my first board member training was at an APAPA meeting, and the message to board members there, mostly smaller municipal utilities mostly, was an admonition to avoid the temptation to keep rates flat for so long that when they had to be raised, the increase would be a double-digit scale because of deferred maintenance and lack of investment in modernization. I think we've avoided that with our 5 years, although kudos to Javier for mentioning the difficulties and some of the cost that we've had. And, you know, I haven't seen really any electoral benefit. The 2 of the board members that approved that flat were defeated in elections. So I am sure that this modest increase is needed. It is modest, you know, 2.5%. If you divide it up over 5 years, is a 0.5% a year. That's not a lot compared to that 11% that I just calculated on the consumer price index for electricity. It's needed. Where I think board members are struggling is not the size of it, but the scope of it, where it gets allocated. And part of that is our unfamiliarity with the cost of service study, our desire to best represent those who vote us into office. And I'm sure through the follow-up conversations we're going to have, both through Q&A and dialogue, and with a new CFO we'll be meeting with, we can work our way through this. So, any other final words from anybody else? Thank you for participating and for the excellent report. So finance is complete.
All right, thank you. I think that we have a scheduled break. So let's take about 10 minutes, come back at 2:15. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Next up on the agenda, we have the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee Chair Report. Director Williams.
Great, thanks very much. The Systems Committee had a pre-meeting and we talked about a couple different items. We got an update on the LED streetlight project. The savings have been tremendous, as was covered in the SD7 monitoring report. The project is ongoing, and there are some lights that are a little more challenging to replace. And so there was an update provided that the staff will continue to work on getting those kind of decorative LED lights upgraded over time, but that's a little more challenging than maybe we originally anticipated. But I appreciate the work that they highlighted that everyone has been doing to continue that initiative because it's showing such great results. So I think we can look forward to hearing additional updates as that work moves forward. Next, we had an update about the solar related to Power with Purpose and the ongoing efforts there. And so good for the Systems Committee to just kind of keep up to date with the way that the procurement on the utility scale solar to go along with the gas assets is moving forward. No specific actions at this time, but we appreciated hearing kind of the status on some of the details of how the solar procurement is moving forward. A majority of the time in the meeting was spent discussing the next item, the energy modeling related to the decarbonization study. And that's something I wanted to make sure we had a chance to discuss here because there are 4 members of the Systems Committee and then there are 4 directors who are not in that committee. The energy modeling presentation in the public workshop, the decarbonization workshop number 5, I found very informative. I think members of the public who were there also found it very informative and expressed appreciation to the staff and the consultants who pulled that information together, made it available, and are continuing to work toward that workshop number 6 when the final report will be presented. We talked about a couple of the kind of key takeaways from the energy modeling specifically, since that's related to the fleet generation and the largest amount of the carbon emissions, the scope 1 emissions that we've talked about during SD7 monitoring reports in the past. So I wanted to make sure and discuss with other directors who are not on the Systems Committee about the way that we see our responsibility for policy updates moving forward. We've talked about expected work on SD7 related to the potential for interim metrics on decarbonization. And we've talked about SD9 and the expected language update on transitioning from resource planning to probably resource adequacy, and then what else might be included there that might have come from the decarbonization study. So some background information I wanted to make sure that we keep in mind as we have a little quick bit of input from other directors not on the Systems Committee today. From the policy manual under GP1, the responsibility of the board to monitor and measure the results of the strategic directives is what led us to that discussion about the potential for interim metrics on decarbonization related to SD7. We talked about that in the August workshop in 2019 when we decided originally that we wanted to pursue a metric related to decarbonization, and that led to that net zero by 2050 outcome that we now have in place. Following on that, from the initial scope of the strategic initiative objectives that was used internally, there was a focus to set the foundation for future decision making and to include carbon reduction percentages and timelines. And that was a baseline understanding in the strategic initiative work when it began. And so I think that's important for directors to keep in mind now that we are nearing the completion of the decarbonization study as well. So for other directors who are not on the Systems Committee, I wanted to make sure and hear if you have any thoughts or comments or input about the way that the committee will continue to work on SD7 updates, potentially related to interim metrics at the conclusion of the decarbonization study, and or SD9, and the way that we are talking about resource planning or resource adequacy as we look to the future. I'd like to take that information and work with the members of the Systems Committee as we look at draft language for those policy updates over the next couple months, and then eventually bring something back to have a discussion with everyone. So do any of the other directors have any comments from the information you've seen related to the energy modeling, or anything else that has been made available so far that you'd like to share that the systems committee might be able to take back into our work moving forward. Wanted to make sure to have that opportunity available for everyone. So I'll look for hands or listen for comments. Don't see any hands now, and I don't see anyone waving at me on the screen. Oh, I see Rick waving a lot.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I'm not sure what specific comment you're looking for here. Are you asking, I mean, relative to SD7, there are a couple of changes I would like to see. Interim metrics is one, and actually out of the modeling that I've seen on decarbonization, I'm interested in revisiting the comments that several board members made. We didn't act on it by passing anything, but we all talked about the value of, or the importance of, understanding the value of the health benefits that are associated with a reduction in emissions. So those are kind of two topics I would like to see in SD7. As for SD9, boy, the more I think about what should go into that, the more daunting the task of putting together an SD9 seems to be. And I certainly don't envy you the chore. I kind of alluded to what I think the public deserves, or certainly the board should see is a not a must do, I guess, but a good sense of how OPPD will be transitioning to the utility of the future, with its generation choices and its approach to generation, i.e. Managing more load more than identifying load and then managing generation to match it. So is there a timeline for that, and how does that occur, and then with that map, that path, then these COP's annual reports are tied to some longer term view. So that just came up today. So that is that what you had in mind in terms of soliciting response?
Yeah, somewhat. I guess from the discussion in the committee, I would say we didn't come to any firm conclusion about next steps. And so I wanted to make sure that following on the workshop where we had some discussion about prioritization of policy updates, now that we are attempting to look at draft language, you mentioned support for interim metrics. I appreciate that. The idea of incorporating the metrics related to health benefits, appreciate that as well. Kind of as background, I do think that staff has put in some work on SD9, and I think we should have some language. I believe that's anticipated in December. And so I think the committee will take a look at that, and then we'll I think probably end up bringing that forward for some discussion and comments. But on SD7, I think that was the area of concern specifically in the committee, was that we didn't come to a firm conclusion about what we should do with the information that we have seen presented from Workshop 5 related to energy modeling, or the expected more comprehensive information in Workshop 6 at the conclusion of the decarbonization study. And what should we do with that information as far as policy, potential for policy update moving forward. So I do appreciate the comments that you provided there. And yes, I think that's kind of what I was looking to hear back. I know that we had some of this discussion in the workshop, but since the committee did not have a clear, unified answer on specifically what we should do, I just wanted to make sure and check with other directors so that we were moving in the direction that best matches with unity of control from the board. So I don't know if any of the other directors have thoughts specifically in the area of the pace of decarbonization, or that idea of interim metrics. That's kind of one of the areas where we had some discussion, and I would just like to make sure that we are moving in a direction that matches what everyone believes is important.
Well, I appreciate the question, Eric, and in particular the desire to maintain some unity of control. That's good governance. I guess I've got two thoughts on my mind. One is we haven't seen the final results, right? Those are December 9th, I believe, when they're going to present it. So I guess if the question is how should we use the outcomes, I'd like to see the outcomes first before we decide how to use them. And then, oh, I had something else. Oh God, I had it. It'll come
If
to
it
me.
makes you feel any better, it happens more and more often as you grow older. I'm just saying.
I know what it was. I guess I find myself having reviewed the LRI report and knowing kind of what we've got on our list of to-dos as a board. I'm certainly mindful of making sure that the next steps with respect to all of these different strategic directives and modifications are balancing the resources required in order to execute on them. So I guess I'm kind of looking to you, Javier, to make sure that we're not pursuing several of them all at once that are going to strain the organization. Again, I don't know what this one is. I think to your point, Eric, if we can get interim metrics, yes. That I'm very interested in that, but I don't, again, not having seen the outcomes yet, I'm not sure what that really is yet. Over.
Great, appreciate that. And to be clear, I don't mean that the systems committee would jump the gun prior to a final report in the presentation on December 9th. Looking forward, our systems pre-meeting will occur before that presentation. And so I am trying to figure out what should we be doing in December. And if the answer is we need to wait until after the presentation on December 9th, and I'm uncertain if there will be an additional presentation in the board meeting in December, or if the public presentation will be the summary of the final results. And that's where we will be expected. The board will also be expected to have gained that information. I don't know, can someone from staff clarify, is there an expected presentation on the decarbonization study final results at either the committee or the board meeting in December?
I think that's one of the things as we process the conclusions we're trying to decipher is if the board would be interested in that. If there is an interest, we would be happy to facilitate that.
Thank you, Brad. And I guess maybe this is an opportunity to say, directors, do you feel that you would be available to either attend the meeting on December 9th to see the presentation at that time, or review the recorded version of that presentation prior to the meetings in December? Or do you feel that a presentation on either Tuesday or Thursday would be a benefit to us and allow us to see information and potentially have some discussion at that time? I don't know if that's possible. Maybe Amanda, is that a question for how we would like to set the agendas in December? I just want to make sure that as the systems committee looks toward the final study and then our work forward, that we have a clear idea of what it is we are going to be doing over the next month to 3 months.
Okay, I'll take each of those in turn. So I would like to also see interim metrics on SD7, but I want to wait until we have the final decarbonization pathways, and so what we understand what we're actually trying to agree to. So okay, so there's that. I don't think that we want a repeat of the workshop specifically in our all committee. I think that material can be summarized for us in our all committee materials, and we can have a discussion about them. Javier, you and I can work through whether that is a December topic or if that becomes a January topic. I don't see, and please jump in if you see an issue with us waiting until January to have this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a problem. I just want to make sure that we, that again, this is kind of bleeding down into number 4 and number 5 there on systems committee work plan items and committee direction, because a lot of the expected work of the committee in addition to the action items that we generally review, was related to the timing of this other work. And again, the energy modeling that was presented related to workshop number 5, as staff has pointed out, will inform the IRP that will be submitted at the end of February. And so I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the timeline of all of the actions that are going to occur over the next few months. So if the idea is that we would then discuss in January after the presentation in December, I think that gives me a good idea of what the systems committee would be looking at. If that's a Tuesday public meeting discussion in January, that would mean that unlikely that we would probably need a systems pre-meeting in one or the other of those months. We might do some work on SD9 in the interim, and I guess I could talk with staff about that. But again, I'm just trying to make sure that we are understanding what everyone feels we'll be doing related to the important information that we're all going to receive over the next few weeks.
If I may, it's a great conversation. I have to remind everyone or remind our teams that it's the same people, a lot of the same people who are working on the budget, the corporate operating plan, and pathways to decarbonization. So more realistically, respecting people's times, and hopefully they can take some weekends, which they haven't been able to for a really long time. I would suggest this is probably a January discussion, if you allow us for that additional time. And the other comment that I have is fantastic conversation. All of this is great conversation. This is something we've been working on for the past 2 years, since the 2019 resolution for net zero carbon to 2050. I want to remind everyone that what we're going to see on December 9th are the final results of the modeling for the pathways to decarbonization. It'll have pathways, not necessarily one single solution. Those pathways would still have to eventually, in order for us to start picking solutions, we need to start doing a feasibility analysis, transmission reliability analysis, eventually for us to have a very clear understanding of exactly how we're going to get there. So I offer that as a comment because, well, I believe that interim milestones are important, I think, for us to aspire to, that we also have to understand that just looking at the final results of the modeling piece doesn't necessarily account for the feasibility analysis of 12 gigawatts potentially of solar and wind. Is going to take a lot of land and a lot of negotiations, and so that's the one piece that I would ask the board to consider as we move forward with interim goals, for us to have that flexibility and that piece in the back of our minds on how we're going to make these changes and make sure that we have stretch goals, but also that they are achievable.
Great, appreciate that, Javier. Thank you. And from the pathways, I guess specifically the portion of the energy modeling and the pathways that I was looking at related to the SD7 was the pace of decarbonization, where there are kind of 4 different paces that were presented as part of that energy modeling. And the reason I think that's important is that as the board is tasked with defining what outcomes we would like to see, I consider the kind of baseline expectations for the pace of decarbonization to be in that area of what outcomes we would like to see. And so that's why I have focused on this recently is, if we start the feasibility analysis based on an expectation that we are on a moderated or slower pathway to decarbonization, that will inform the actions that we would take in attempting to create solutions. And so this is why I think it's really important that we have this discussion now and set some expectations and have the board discuss those outcomes that we believe are important and that we think should be included in policy update discussions, so that we have an opportunity to express the outcome that we would like to see achieved. So I look forward to, and I see a hand from Amanda. I don't know if you had an additional comment. Okay. I don't want to continue to drag this out too much now because, again, there will be a presentation in December that I think will be very informative, and it sounds like we will then have a discussion in January following some of the information being available and for all of us to have time to review. I know going through decarbonization studies will absolutely be everyone's holiday reading material. I'm sure that that's what we'll all be doing. I mean, I will. So I appreciate everyone's input here. On the work that we've got moving forward, and this will help us to understand kind of how we'll prioritize things at a potential systems pre-meeting December and in January so that we stay on a timeline for outcomes moving forward. So thanks very much for the input, everyone. And then from here, there is one additional item on the systems committee agenda for today, and that would be the nuclear update. And so I think that is from Tim, is that correct?
Yeah,
that is correct.
This is Troy. I asked him to come provide this today. With Mary's transition, it seemed like a reasonable time to consider a renewal of a tradition we used to have, where the full Calhoun leadership came and provided an update. So let me tell you, as I've become accustomed to working closer with Tim and the staff, and they're just doing a fantastic job out there. You know, their focus on a very complex project. They continue to execute extremely well, and they never miss a beat when it comes to making sure that they're meeting their time frames and keeping staff and contractors safe as we do this very important work. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tim to give us the update today.
Thanks, Troy, and good afternoon. In addition to the standard maintenance and testing that we do each month, I'm proud to say that we have achieved a major milestone since the last board meeting. We did get the head from the reactor removed, which allowed access to those internal components that will be segmented over the coming year. And as a reminder, that work is done underwater to provide safety for the individuals doing that work. What goes right along with that is once it's segmented, it gets packaged and then shipped off for disposal. So that goes to that second item there is the containment waste structure. We're erecting a temporary structure outside of containment hatch where that equipment will be coming in and out to keep it out of the weather, to keep it in a controlled environment. Our structural steel is in place, the roof is on, and we're putting the sides on that facility right now. Once that's done, we put in the lifting system, and then we are ready to move in and out those larger components. Also, since the last committee meeting, we did have our decommissioning oversight committee meeting. Those individuals were able to come on site for the first time since the pandemic started. So although we shared videos and photos, certainly it's a different experience being on site. They expressed continued confidence in the performance of the project, provided some positive comments, and then just like always, they offered up some recommendations on our future activities on how we can continue to improve performance, just continuously aiming for that continuous improvement. And that is the end of my report, pending questions.
Great, thanks very much. I guess, does anyone have questions about the progress at Fort Calhoun? Okay, well, Tim, thanks very much for the update. Congratulations to you and the team on that big milestone and accomplishment there. Always glad to hear about the ongoing success there, and looking forward to continued progress there in the future. So thank you for everything you and everyone continue to do there, and I appreciate the update.
Thank you.
And with that, Chair Bogner, I believe that concludes the Systems Committee report.
All right, thank you very much. We will now move on to Public Information Committee. Dr. Molhoff.
Good afternoon. We had our pre-committee meeting, but most of that meeting was taken up with the preliminary corporate operating plan discussion, and we've already talked today about the energy burden solutions, and the I will turn it over to Lisa for the legislative and regulatory update.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Molhoff. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind, and I know Chair Bogner understands that from being on doing her testimony last month for the legislative hearing, and she did a phenomenal job for her first time in front of the senator. So thank you for that. Tim O'Brien is out of the office, thank goodness, on some much needed and deserved time off. So if we could go to the next slide, that'd be great. Next slide, please. As I just mentioned, 'tis the season of interim studies, and now those have a wide array of, if there's hearings involved, if there's just a study that goes on with it, and so forth. But the main one that we focused on was LR 136. And as we had discussed, it was really the people that were involved in the polar vortex and the chairs of each of the public utilities. So that was an interesting mix of testimony, and we do appreciate Chair Bogner's comments, and she answered all the questions in a very definitive and thoughtful way. So thank you for that. Anything you'd like to add there, Chair Bogner? Okay, next slide, please. The next three was LR 83, and that was a very, very quick hearing, less than 15, 20 minutes. So nothing more to report on that right now. LR 106 was November 5th, and John Thurber did a beautiful job on that. Javier Fernandez, as our former CFO, had always gone down to Lincoln, but John did a nice job as well. So there were no questions or comments or concerns on that one. That one is routine. And then LR 234, that one has not been scheduled yet. It's expected to be sometime in December, but we have not heard back on that. So I'm going to spend most of the time focusing on federal, because that has been the bulk of what's been going on in the media with that. So I'm going to pass that over to Seth Foyle, since he's been reading all of the various bills that have been coming out and all the moving parts. But of course, we've been actively involved in that. And we were able to give our thanks, especially on the infrastructure bill, to the delegation for their support of that one. So thank you for that. Seth?
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks, everyone. On the federal side right now, they're still chugging away. The House ended up passing the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and the president signed that yesterday. So now they are crashing to see what they can get out the door on this already. The various programs, the federal agencies have to come up with the programs and how all this is going to work. Some have different timelines than others. It's 60, 90, or 180 days out that they can take to get the programs up and running. Some of the funding in there is with on formula funding, and that will all flow through the state to see where that's going to go. In the next couple slides, we will get into some of the programs that are going to be on there. As Lisa mentioned, we had 2 of our delegation that supported the infrastructure bill, and we thank them for that. In the House, 6 Democrats voted against it and 13 Republicans supported it. So it was truly a bipartisan effort to go through on those things. Going to go quickly on budget reconciliation. So the House is supposed to vote on it this week. They're trying to get that done. There are some Democrats that want a CBO, or Congressional Budget Office, a score of the bill, how much it's going to cost if it offsets completely. CBO has stated that they think they can get that done by Friday, maybe sooner, and then it looks like that's going to get voted out of the House probably then or Saturday. Speaker Pelosi has said she's going to hold everyone there until they can get it out of the House and over to the Senate so they can get their work started. You see on that bullet there, the Senate hopes to vote on the reconciliation package before Thanksgiving. That this week, that has been announced that is not going to happen. It's probably going to be mid-December. Right now, the Senate is on the National Defense Authorization Act bill. Every year they pass NDAA, and that's a tradition that they always have. Even with the kind of partisanship, they still can get that through. And that's going to be tricky. So in December, the government funding runs out, debt ceiling needs to be updated, and now they're going to put Build Back Better in there as well with a very limited time frame. So we will keep you guys apprised on how that's going to work, but we'll have to see where that is. They are still negotiating on language as we speak on that. As you all know, it went from $3.5 trillion down to $1.5 trillion, with a big chunk of that is the clean energy tax credits and climate funding. What we have heard still today is that the clean electricity payment plan is likely out, a carbon tax is likely out, and a carbon border tax are all likely out. They are focusing more on incentives to get emissions reductions. Before it was probably even with incentives and some penalties to do that, but they have gotten rid of the penalties and just focused on the incentives. So we'll see where that's going to go, and we will keep you guys apprised on that. Like I said, it's an ongoing, it's fluid, it changes day to day. We'll try to keep you guys apprised as it goes. As I said before, the debt ceiling compromise, they got to get that done again in December. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell helped them pass it the last time, but only till December. So now he has vowed that no Republican will support that, so that's going to make that fun. They are looking at including that on budget reconciliation as well. So sure that's going to go. The last bullet on here is just, kind of the pace of what Congress is doing. 9,100 bills have been introduced in this Congress already. They still have another year to go. So we will look that, I bet you they will top 1,300 at least. Pretty quick pace for bill introductions. Next slide, please. Okay, in the infrastructure bill, these are the big batches of money that are on there. I won't go through all of them. I'll highlight a couple. $73 billion to update the nation's electricity grid. That's good. The state's looking at getting some of that money as well. There will also be some programs in DOE that they have to set up that we're all trying to get moving there. So one issue I said before is that the agencies have to come up with these programs and get that stuff done. Well, they don't have the staff to do that yet. The Department of Energy is looking at hiring another 1,000 people to get this stuff done and out quick enough. So it's going to take some time, but we are on top of it. We're going to see where that's going to go. President Biden has appointed Mitch Landrieu, the mayor of New Orleans, to be the infrastructure arm. So he's great on infrastructure. Should be he'll help dole out those things there. He has had a hand in a lot of the infrastructure stuff that's happened with New Orleans and some of the hurricanes that have come through there, so he'll be good that way. On a selfish note for us, the Large Public Power Council is represented by Van Ness Feldman. Mary Landrieu is a partner there, so hopefully we can get a little inside help with that through the Large Public Power Council. Their focus is going to be on helping all the members of LPPC through the DOE process and that stuff. So we're gonna lean heavily on them for helping on some of those things. Back to this list here, there's $50 billion for climate resiliency projects. There's money in there for broadband. There's environmental remediation project. These are the major ones going through. 7.5 to construct EV charging stations. A lot of stuff there. There's also some other smaller ones that we didn't have on this list. $3.5 billion for weatherization. There's $500 million for energy efficiency in public schools. There's a lot of programs like that that are going to be going around that we're all going to try to keep an eye on to see how it's going to go, how that's all going to play out. It's a very big bill, 2,700 pages, trying to get this stuff up and moving. It's a slog to get through, but we will keep on top of it and let you guys know as we go. APPA is also being very active on this, and we are working with them hand in glove as well. Next slide, please. So this is what Nebraska is looking at on some of the major projects on just the formula breakdowns that are normally used on these processes. $2.225 billion for roads and bridges, $100 million for broadband. What I have heard is that on the roads and bridges and broadband projects, we're pretty flush with cash right now in the state. It's going to be hard to get all this money out, and they are trying to see what they can do, but it's going to be tough. Like I said before, there's electric grid and next generation energy technology money on there, $30 million. We're going to work with the Nebraska Power Association to see how we're all going to use that and those kind of things as well. But there's going to be a ton of grant opportunities, and we're going to be working through all of those to see where public power can play. That was one of our major focuses while these bills were going through, making sure that public power is eligible to have access to any of the funds that are out there, tax credits, grants, all that kind of stuff. So we are going to keep following through on that to see how that's going to work there. Next slide, please. There is one. All right, on Build Back Better. So the clean energy tax credits, $320 billion. This is going to be one of the biggest expanses of these tax credits that will do more for clean energy than any bill that has ever passed if it can get through. There's going to be resiliency effort investments, more on clean energy technology, manufacturing, supply chains, procurement for clean energy. This is truly going to be a bill that will change the face of how clean energy works in this country. They are still working on it. A lot of this is still fluid, as I said before, but it's even though the penalties have come out and it's more on the incentive side, they're still going to see major emissions reductions if this thing can go through. So next slide, I think that may be our last slide.
It is. Thank you,
so if there's any questions, I went kind of through that pretty quick. I'll try to answer whatever you guys got.
Thanks, Seth. It's been a roller coaster, eh?
Yeah, it's this one's been fun. So I mean, I don't know how many times it's ping pong back and forth, and it has literally changed day to day.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so
okay.
Lisa, let's go ahead with the
SD
11, and I'll watch for hand raised, and you.
All right. All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So on behalf of OPPD and the work done by our amazing economic development team, and really this is a team effort across the district. You've heard that. So when we talk about people working on the COP and then working on infrastructure, these are all the same people that we rallied the troops in order to grow our economic development. So I want to say when one wins, we all win. So thank you for that. We're also thankful for the incredible team, Tim O'Brien, his leadership. Brooke Aiken is on the call today. It's same with Devin Meisinger, Jason Esser, and James Caraway. And you'll get to meet them a little bit later. They're true leaders in our communities, and you'll see firsthand in this report how OPPD are leaders in the nation, not just on the state and local level, but truly in the nation. And so we're proud of what they do. So let's get started. Next slide, please. This slide, next slide, please. Thank you. This slide is Strategic Directive 11, and I will speak to key updates since our last monitoring report, which was really a year ago this month. So we'll do a further breakdown of the directive and provide highlights. Next page, please. Since our last report, we have had a, next slide, please, Mo. Thank you. Since our last report, we have had a successful year and continue to make progress. And as part of the continuum of economic development, because it's not a one and done, this team, and you'll see in this picture to the left there is Tim O'Brien, we have Devin, James Caraway, Jason Esser is to the right, and then right in the middle is Brooke Aiken. And since that picture, baby Emma has been born, and she's our newest economic developer. So Brooke's got her ready to go. I'm sure she'll be helping out. So this team, they take a variety of challenges and projects on, and they do many outreach. Our job is about relationships, and you heard that last month on SD 13. That's why economic development and community outreach are together, is because we help our communities thrive. And when we can do that, then everybody wins. Next slide, please. You can see here the key areas of focus and how our work entails. We partner with a plethora of local boards to better understand the needs of our communities. We work with state and local government and economic development organizations to make sure that the region can support the needs of potential business partners. You know, it's one thing to bring them in, but you need the infrastructure to help support them. And Chair Mulhoff, you know that more than ever, being a city council member in the Ashland area as well, to make sure that that can thrive once you attract them. We work closely with business leaders to solve for those needs. And I know that Brooke and the team, they do a lot of planning and efforts for economic development in the various counties across our entire district. So every project is incredibly detailed and involves a careful balance and consideration of many moving parts. And hence, that's why we have this particular graphic. But as you can see, this is a true example of how OPPD is the first and best source of information. They call OPPD to find out how we can help them. Next slide, please, Mo. When I said this is a district-wide effort, it truly is. We work closely with our business customers across our entire service territory to provide resources, leadership, and connections that assist with retention, growth, and expansion opportunities. Our economic development team also works closely with teams across OPPD on businesses' energy needs and solutions, including our account executive teams and product development and marketing teams. Our work continues to evolve, and collaboration is key among our internal teams to support the customers and the emerging needs to succeed and grow. It truly is a district-wide effort. Next slide, please. This slide, I'll just quickly go over this one. It begins to paint the picture of all the different ways that the teams work together. Often goes beyond energy needs and solution. It involves the business climate, real estate, and workforce needs. That's been a key component to it, of making sure that we can get the communities the help that they need for workforce needs. And then we truly closely partner with the state chambers and service provider organizations to bring ideas and solutions to businesses to help them succeed. So you can see a highlight of the internal teams and their key roles in supporting our customers and community. Next slide, please. Here's a sample of our business expansion and attraction in the past year. I know you hear so much about data centers, but it truly is. We have a wide array of businesses that we do go through, and actually there's over 115 that are on our list that we actively solicit. So in the last year, we provide leadership on multiple projects that have landed spanning across a variety of industries and across our territory. The team spent a lot of time responding to new and expanding business opportunities as the economy picked up. This includes responding to RFPs, which we know is a task, requests for services to land and buildings, and this can be time-consuming work. We work closely with our business customers, prospects, and economic development partners to attract these growth opportunities and bring wins to our entire region. And OPPD's leadership and support of these projects includes site identification, due diligence, engineering, infrastructure development, and connections to resources and programs. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, especially on the small business side. Almost 70% of the businesses that we contact or they contact us have less than 50 employees. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. We also work on focus our planning and preparing key industrial sites in Bennington. You've heard us talk about that, Blair and Syracuse, in partnership with community leaders. This has been really key for us during the last several years. Before, back when I was in the Department of Economic Development, you had years to decide where you were going to have site development. Now they want it site ready because they want to move immediately. We will highlight some key projects and site development work in more detail in upcoming slides. Next slide, please. So here it is, some of the 2021 key outcomes. The outcomes we're highlighting in the issue reports are key projects landed, but are reflective of multiple years of planning, partnerships, and project support to bring these across the finish line. So next slide, please. So, sorry, next slide, please. I'm sorry, if you could go back. Oh, go back one more. One more, please. There we go. Key outcomes. In my hand here is an economic impact of OPPD's economic development, business attraction, and retention projects on Nebraska and the Omaha metropolitan area. We partnered with the University of Nebraska at Omaha, with the professors over there of the Department of Economics in Business Administration. This is hot off the press, and so it's in diligent as well. And this is how we were able to come up with the numbers that we did. With the attraction of new businesses, the retention and expansion of existing businesses, we continue to foster economic growth in our communities. As we said, we partnered with UNO, and as you can see the results here, more than 5,000 jobs landed, with a ripple effect in our local economy that creates and retains overall more than 12,000 jobs. From an investment perspective, these employers are directly investing more than $350 million into our communities that we serve, which creates more than $2.4 billion of economic impact to the region. So thank you to the board for helping us to find sources that can solidify the great work that our team does. So thank you, Director Yoder, for that. Next slide, please. I'm going to highlight just a few of these projects that OPPD actively landed and supported across. Fiserv, formerly First Data, and many of us have had the pleasure of working at First Data, and it started here in in Omaha years ago. And so it's important that we retain those partnerships. We had the opportunity to support Fiserv and its commitment to maintain its significant presence in our region. We appreciate the great partnership, and with that, we were able to formally announce that 5,000 employees would stay in the region this year. And that is important because it includes retaining jobs in Lincoln as well. They had grown down into the Lincoln community as well. So that's really important work. And that was a full court press on all fronts, from the chamber, including our leadership in economic development and leadership at OPPD. So thank you to Tim Burke and Tim O'Brien and the team on that. They worked closely with, like I said, the chamber and the city, and then supported these existing businesses and local employers. So it's important to retain as much as it is to grow. Next slide, please. Similarly, we supported great expansion projects across our territory. Biotechnology expansion projects were actively led and supported in Blair, officially announced investing more than $380 million in capital investment and more than 80 new jobs. These are the types of jobs that our community strives for, often high-skilled, high-wage jobs. The projects will be up and operational in 2022, and the Novozymes project will be up and operational in 2023. Other key industries we provided key support on include warehousing and distribution and food processing. Home Depot will be operating a new $5 million distribution center in Sarpy County, and Gruma is hiring more than 200 positions for its food processing facility in Omaha. So kudos to the team on that one. And let's go to the next slide and talk about site development wins. Focusing on economic development and strategic planning for site development ensures we fully utilize our assets. OPPD's site development efforts have been a catalyst for success these last several years across both metro and rural areas. Long-term intentional planning and partnerships are key to these efforts. In Sarpy County, private developers are now active in the market where not that long ago, there was very limited interest. Success doesn't happen overnight. Today, our site work in Bennington and Syracuse, along with OPPD's Arbor Line, are leading the way for future opportunities. Large tract industrial scale developable sites are a challenge in Sarpy County, but Bennington presents an opportunity to usher in new commercial economic activity. Syracuse and the Arbor Line are solutions to address the lack of available rail-served sites in OPPD service area. We also provide leadership on both policy and redevelopment, as you'll see in the next slides. Next slide, please. One of the major challenges we face in attracting future growth is a lack of site inventory and infrastructure development costs compared to other states. Over the last few years, we worked closely with our economic development partners, including the Omaha Chamber, to further research, assess, and identify potential solutions for a funding or financing mechanism that can be a catalyst for future development. Through this, we focused on an inland port concept, and we worked closely with key leaders across the state to make this happen. We are excited about the outcome this year. The inland port bill officially passed in our state legislature. I know that we were working hard on that, and you were watching as well. We're now working with communities interested in partnering on the planning of an inland port for future economic development, and thanks to Brooke and the team for doing that. This is a great example of how we work with partners and strategically plan for future opportunities and also keep Nebraska competitive. A strong focus on policy and a pro-business climate is key to economic development success. Next slide, please. Redevelopment focus, another key opportunity for us. Having industrial sites can be challenging, especially in Douglas County, so the redevelopment of properties has to be part of the conversation. Redevelopment is going to require collaboration from state and local governments to private sector businesses and even private individuals in order to be successful. OPPD is an integral part of those conversations as we recognize the importance to work to ensure no part of our service area isn't provided with a reasonable opportunity to grow. And next slide, you all heard about this as well as the public over the last several months and years. Power with Purpose and Economic Development. We want our communities to thrive, and especially with the Platteview Solar Project, many were involved in that. So wanted to make sure that we announced, as you know, that the first utility scale solar project was located in Nebraska, and the board was actively involved in that as well. We also partnered with UNL to understand the economic impact of this project alone. Platteview Solar will bring more than $100 million in direct capital investment to the region and create more than $2.5 million of reoccurring annual economic impact revenue during the life of the project. The project also brings significant economic impact locally during construction itself, with more than $75 million created from this undertaking by multiple OPPD teams and business units. So along with the communities and community energy and the county, those are the things that we wanted to make sure that we had an outside source be able to make sure that we were on target with what we were stating to the community. It wasn't just OPPD saying it, but it was the University of Nebraska. So that was very helpful. Next slide, please, Mo. Small business support. This truly is a focus for us, as we want to make sure that we get the tools that small businesses can use. So we're finding these tools. In fact, like I said before, almost 70% of our economic development customer contacts have 50 or fewer employees. So what kind of tools can these small businesses use? So the first one is we work closely with the small businesses to help them grow and thrive. And this is a key partnership with the Entrepreneurs Education Collaborative. This partnership with 9 entities, which creates, promotes, and encourages educational opportunities for aspiring and existing entrepreneurs in Omaha and the surrounding Nebraska region. New this year is a tool we are excited to announce we will lead the way on. Size Up, Size Up. And it provides competitive business intelligence and market analysis to support local businesses directly. Our benchmarking work helped us identify this tool, and we further brought other service provider organizations to the table that actively support the small business community to get their perspective. It became clear this is a key opportunity for OPPD to provide and address a gap in services offered on a local, regional, and statewide level. In addition to the small business community, our economic development partners are excited to utilize this tool, and we are working through a partnership strategy with the Nebraska Enterprise Fund. Next slide, please. Additionally, a few years ago, OPPD Economic Development Team engaged with the Nebraska Business Development Center at UNO in discussions for creation of a statewide online program, SourceLink. The objective is to connect small businesses and entrepreneurs to serve key service providers and community development officials. At launch, the online platform will offer over 870 resources from approximately 500 organizations across the state to entrepreneurs and business owners to create and expand their businesses. One of the few new features for SourceLink will provide it is a calendar of events whereby the resource providers can post their upcoming activities for small businesses. And I'm excited to say, with the help of the OPPD Economic Development Team, that SourceLink site officially launches today. So congratulations. We've been talking about it and been working on it, but it is truly launching today. So thank you to the Economic Development Team. And then last but not least, community relationships and support. Next slide. Thank you for that. We take great pride in ensuring we maintain strong relationships with customers, groups, boards, and organizations in the community, playing active, not passive, active, vital roles on boards in the community. And on an organizational leadership level are indicative of some of the work we do behind the scenes. We do not, pat ourselves on the back at all. We're lifting the communities up so that they can thrive. This support and leadership at the root level is one way we're able to positively influence the economic development ecosystem of our region. And I'll give you a quick example. Was a new 180-acre site was controlled through Gateway Development Corporation in early 2021, and already has a cold storage project doing due diligence on 60 to 70 acres with a projected closing in the March-April timeframe of next year. There is also activity with the local developer for the remainder of the site. So that's exciting news. Next slide, please. OPPD is actively leading and providing support across our communities. As you can see here, a sample of our community economic development focus and examples. From providing education, resources, and best practices to key community leaders, to supporting leadership applications such as in Ashland this year, to assisting communities with economic development certification at the state level. Our team helps set the foundation to ensure our communities are successful in bettering themselves and growing strategically. This work is critical to long-term economic development success. And then one other component of SD 11 is innovative rates and consistent affordability. We're committed to making our region a great place to build a business, and that means exploring every avenue that can make Nebraska appealing, sustainable, and affordable for growth. We talked a lot about it today during our preliminary corporate operating plan. We try to make our rates as low as possible for the communities that we serve. And in the past, we had provided a no general rate increase for the 5th year. And then we expanded our smart thermostat program. We created new tools, resources for customer-owned generation, and partnered with Douglas County, the state of Nebraska, and Dollar Energy Fund to distribute CARES Act utility assistance funding to customers. Remember how important that was. And then also the COVID-19 utility assistance funding to customers. That was a big highlight for the teams across the district during this last year. And then, of course, with that, we formed a partnership with MUD for a one-stop utility assistance delivery, and approximately 90% of applications were processed through Dollar Energy Fund's My App portal, and customers can apply for assistance online in English or Spanish. Next slide, please. Innovative marketing. So we've really worked hard on our marketing efforts to make it as easy as possible, because it is people's times are very limited. So we want to make sure that industries and prospects and current customers, we want to make sure that they have the tools that they can look at when what OPPD can offer them. We also put a focus on industries that bring high skill, high job wage jobs, and significant investments that can have ripple effects in our local economy. We work closely with partners to develop strong marketing plans that both explain the work and that they can do, and help us connect with clients on a broad targeted scale. So as you can see, there's more than just data centers on there. Biotech, warehouse, manufacturing, and other sectors are very important. Next slide, please. How we brought our marketing plans to life. We are reaching our key target industries that we just discussed, and contacts across multiple channels, from our custom digital platform to print placements in LinkedIn, print placements in LinkedIn and Google. We have also created case studies to showcase how we work with businesses in site development materials, including along the Arbor line. Next slide. We've been exploring new and non-traditional methods that are highly targeted to reach out to specific prospects based on industry and site needs. LinkedIn ads reached 320,000 plus decision makers as they use the social platform and collect email leads from interested users. And Google search ads brings an average of 150 interested visitors to OPPD's website every week. We're excited with these ideas and plans, and we have much more that we're going to be doing in this particular arena. Next slide, please. I'm almost done here. So when we talked about what's next, you know, we're a humble organization, but others have recognized us. So we truly are leading by example. Next slide, please. Keep going, Mo. Next slide, please. Thank you. Got a little ahead there. Awards and recognition are a great testament to the work of teams across OPPD. We have received the highest economic development honors for these among utilities nationwide. For the 5th year in a row, OPPD was named one of the top utilities in economic development by Site Selection. This is a designation given to 20 utilities among more than 3,000 utilities. We also received a new award this year from Business Facilities and were recognized as the 2021 Top Utility Power Player. This economic development designation was only given to 12 utilities across the nation. So I want to pause there, thank the team. I want to thank the leadership of the district, and I want to thank the board of directors for being great partners to help us grow our economic development efforts in our communities that we serve. And then the last section is on benchmarking. As you heard me talk about in SD 13, we are never satisfied, right? We always want to get better. So with that, we benchmarked ourselves against the top 20 utilities in economic development as identified by site selection to identify new opportunities and also understand what gaps there may be. Through this research, we also confirmed that focusing on business attraction, business retention and expansion, and site development, planning and maintaining active leadership roles across economic development focused initiatives and organizations is where we can best drive and provide value. The majority of our work is tailored to focus on primary employment, which leads to greater ROI for our region and has a trickle-down effect on many of our communities. Next slide, please. So what do we find in the top 20 utilities? Through this research and analysis, we identified the new opportunity to provide value to small businesses involving market research with Size Up. We also found areas that appear unique to OPPD, including our rate calculator, which has more than 2,500 unique visitors over the last 2 years. The calculator allows current or prospective customers to input their electric usage information and attain an estimated annual cost. It's been a great tool. If you haven't, go out and test that. Next slide, please. We also identified more than 65 organizations on the local, regional, and statewide level, ranging from government agencies, nonprofits, to education to private entities. A few of the organizations contacted were Omaha Economic Development Corporation, 75 North, Catholic Charities, Southeast Development District, and MAPA, one of our guest speakers that we just had earlier. We connected with a number of these service providers to assess whether their primary focuses have changed and if they anticipate change, so what we can anticipate and grow and be more proactive for them. While there weren't drastic changes, we noticed increased focus on policy. We've heard that. Initiatives, programs, and services involving transportation, broadband, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Many of those are right in our lanes that we are leaders here at OPPD. In addition, the organization saw a clear trend was toward providing new programs and services involving pandemic and disaster recovery funding, which we've been utilizing that as well. Next slide, please. The outcome driving results from internal partnerships. This research confirmed that the economic development ecosystem continues to evolve and change. You can see here the many areas of focus that make up economic development. This looks different today than it just did 5 years ago, and it will look different 5 years from now, and it will look different when we do our planning for planning the future, for powering the future for 2050 as well. We recognize that while we can't be all things to everyone, we lean into partnerships we have created with organizations to connect and work together and provide value to our communities and customers. You've heard me talk about it several times. It's truly the partnerships and the relationships. Ultimately, we focus on areas where we can best drive growth and provide value in leadership. Next slide, please. So in summary, our objectives and outcomes. Here we go, the key takeaways. We've delivered new attraction, retention, and expansion projects in 2021, $2.4 billion worth of economic impact to our region. We continue to impact the community and are providing leadership on new regional and statewide initiatives and board organizations. We've increased research and are providing support to the small business community, including new programs and partnerships. Key projects we have worked on reached significant milestones this year. A few examples: Facebook's expansion was officially announced in March 2021. Boy, that seems eons ago, doesn't it? Dollar General broke ground and began hiring new positions. Amazon continues to grow, and Papillion Foods opens its state-of-the-art food processing facility, just to mention a few. We benchmarked ourselves against top utilities and 65 plus local, regional, and statewide service organizations. And we're delivering and leading new site development, redevelopment, and marketing efforts to plan for the future and promote our region to position us well for the future. Next slide. So why is our work so important? The depth and breadth of our work that we do remains focused on the goal of ongoing support and growth of our communities. When our communities thrive, we thrive. That's why we're here. From the smallest small business to the largest scale enterprises, the work we do behind the scenes is complex and hard to quantify. In the long run, the many roles we serve in the community make it possible for ongoing growth on a number of levels in a variety of ways. Not only does our economic development work bring jobs and capital investments to the community, it lays the groundwork for improved infrastructure, state legislation and growth, and incentivizes communities to thrive. It creates a multiplier effect as well. If you build it, they will come. We're laying the groundwork for ongoing interest in the region, which creates more and more opportunities for us to keep building and improving on the way of life for the people that live here. And OPPD continues to lead the way. Our commitment and competitive advantages on rates, reliability, renewables, and relationships, that's a lot of ours, contributes to the success in economic development. And economic development is truly a team sport across the entire district. So with that, Chair Mulhoff, I will pass it back over to you on the recommendation.
All right, well, the PI committee has reviewed and accepted this monitoring report, so I'll be bringing it to the full board for a vote on Thursday. Are there any questions or comments from any of the other directors? Looking for hands raised, or just go ahead and chime in.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, the struggle I've had with economic development in SD11 is always had. I mean, you guys do great work. Glad to have the reports. You make great changes. But I still have the struggle I've always had. How do we connect the dots from economic development back to mission? What do the outputs of SD11 do to improve affordability, reliability, and environmental sensitivity?
Well, how I would look at that, and you know that we've been working hard on benchmarking to find how other utilities do, measure success on this regard. I feel it goes back to our mission and vision and values. When our communities thrive and we can help them thrive, then we have fulfilled our mission of affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive services to our customers. And I know that that is not a, blanket statement that has the facts behind it, but.
No, I appreciate the sentiment there. I really do. I have been in many of the same meetings that your team has been in back when I was employed. And, the contributions are undeniable. It's just the outcomes tied back to the mission is where I struggle. And honestly, I think that's just an observation and a comment as SD11 is being tweaked in the coming whatever months or year. As I think we all agreed during the workshop. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. So I think I've had that same thought, Rick, about how is this economic development a job of the utility and not the job of some other entity in the state? But really, when I see other utilities are experiencing revenue decline and load decline, and we are in growth mode, as long as it's sustainable, and yes, we have some work to do to make sure that we're targeting sustainable growth, and that it's also meeting our decarbonization goals, and it's just not growth for the sake of growth, then I can see that there is value added for this economic development work. And gosh, Lisa, that's a small team you have, and for all the work that they've done, you know, for those, what, 5 people, plus the new addition, that's, you know, really a pretty small investment for the utility to make to provide these to provide this work. So I appreciate your question, Rick, and your comments. And Craig, go ahead.
Well, I'll just offer, I have a pretty expansive view of what economic development is and means. And Janice, you hit on one really important thing that's very direct, right? When we do this well, we can help our customers be more energy efficient on a per customer basis while growing our revenues, because the size of the pie is increasing. But I to me, it's more expansive, and it's, you know, the CAP pilot that we talked about this morning, which will hopefully put money in people's pockets, which stimulates the economy. Like that's discretionary funds that people wouldn't have otherwise, right? So like, I think there are multiple things that we're doing that perhaps weren't even captured here today, that in my view, especially as a public power utility, are important and instrumental for us to build the community. We will not succeed in a variety of different ways if our community suffers. That will hurt us in identifying, retaining, and people. I mean, the talent shortage is something that is very much on my mind. And if we don't do a good job of creating a great community, we're going to suffer in other ways. So I appreciate the question, Rick. I guess, like I said, I've got a perhaps more expansive view of kind of how we benefit from this work. So
No, I appreciate the feedback there, and I'll double down on, yes, the money that stays in the house is something that contributes to economic development, and maybe that's something that ought to be considered the next time there's an SD11 report out.
Mary?
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. I just want to say how blown away I was by reading through this report, and just echo Director Mulhoff's observations that your crew has done terrific work in all of this, and it's helped answer a lot of questions about what economic development looks like and sounds like, and how you work together. So just compliments to you and to all of the people who put this out. I'm increasing my understanding of what you do, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Eric, go ahead.
Great, thanks. From the report specifically on Appendix 3, the analysis by, excuse me, University of Nebraska-Lincoln about the economic benefits of the solar project, is that something that's available either from UNL or posted somewhere on our website that we could look at it? It is a little bit small here, so I do think that is a really important type of economic development analysis, because where we had some discussion about the connection between a utility leading the economic development in other areas, I think this is one area where there is no question that the investment in renewable energy projects within the state of Nebraska builds property tax base and invests in rural communities that are desperately in need. And so I think this type of documentation is extremely helpful. When we were at the Nebraska Wind and Solar Conference last week, there was a lot of discussion about this, about the potential in our state, and that the more documentation we can provide and the more we can remind people that renewable energy means documenting the benefits of a clean energy transition for people in Nebraska, I think the more successful we're going to be. There's really often a very negative phrasing around the costs of transitioning to clean energy, which I think is a really poor misunderstanding. Mostly what we're going to be deciding in the future is how we're going to distribute the benefits of the clean energy transition. And I think this is critical to document that the design and construction of the project originally, with workforce in Nebraska, to the operations and maintenance, to the payments to the landowners and the revenue to the local government agencies, and the benefits from the low cost energy to the utilities and our customer owners. I think that distribution of benefits is an extremely important type of economic story that we need to both document and share with people, so that when we say there are developers and utilities working together on additional clean energy projects, that people say, yes, absolutely, we would love to have your clean energy project in our community. And I think this kind of documentation is going to be really, really helpful. So if you can, if there's a way that we can provide this both internally for a little closer look, but also if this is presented somewhere that we could share so that others in the community and across the state could see this, I think that'd be really, really helpful.
Well, greatly appreciate that, Director Williams, and that is why we proactively partnered with the university on this, so that we could provide that to the communities for all of these projects that we do. So it is a public document, and I'm pretty sure we have it out on the website, but we do utilize it when we're talking to elected officials and landowners, as well as community leaders.
Thanks everyone for your input, and Lisa, thanks to you and your team for this
well, they do great work, and they were all listening in. So thank you to
I see them, everyone except I hope that Tim is not listening in.
I hope he's not. I made sure.
All right. So that concludes the Public Information Committee report, and I just wanted to say one additional thing, since Rick brought it back to my attention, that we're still working on, as we decided in the board retreat, the SD11 and SD13 updates, and we'll be talking about that in our committee meetings starting in December. So that concludes my report. Amanda, thank you.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is just our confirmation of our board meeting agenda. Presently, we have 4 items on the consent and 1 on board action. Are there any changes or revisions that we need to make here?
What's the to be determined? Is that a placeholder for something in particular?
I think just if we were to move the consent action items, I don't think that there's anything else we're expecting on that list.
Did you guys want to talk about rates more on Thursday night?
I don't think that that's the place to ask more questions presently.
Okay. All right.
I guess the only one that I was wondering is whether or not we need to talk about redistricting at that level. I'm open. I don't have strong opinions. I just thought I'd ask the question.
What would the board like to do?
I would like to have that discussed, the redistricting, if we could.
Okay, so we'll move item 7 to the board action list. That sounds good. Any other changes here?
Are we expecting any additional discussion on that one then, or it's just a short reading of the resolution and then there would be opportunity for comment? Is that what we're expecting on that, right?
Yeah, good question, Eric. I think I'll probably provide the same overview that I did today. And I don't anticipate a need for Mr. Bruckner to present anything. Maybe he could answer questions if there are any, and I also don't anticipate the need for MAPPA to present again. So that's the high level. I think from my standpoint, the reason I brought it up is because I just think it's important enough to ensure that even if somebody missed it today, that they get good line of sight into it, because boundaries will be changing for people and they need to know that.
And maybe the map's available as reference in case anyone does have a question or something we could display for people who are attending virtually. And then I assume that we'll also make those available after the meeting. So Great. Thanks very much.
Yep.
All right. Any other discussion here? All right, let's move on to the board work plan. And Director Molhoff, thank you for, we'll move on to the next, here we go. Director Molhoff, you had mentioned SD11 and then SD13. Those are up for PI committee review. You know, we have a couple other items here. Anything that we need to add or update on the board work plan?
I guess I'll just flag, Scott, for you. I'm wondering the extent to which, and this is lack of memory on my part, the governance discussion regarding handling of concepts that span multiple SDs. I don't recall how much that was included in that report. You don't need to answer that today. It's just a question that arose for me to make sure that we don't lose sight of that again.
All right. Thank you.
And then when you say that report, are you talking about the LRI?
Yeah.
Final report after our workshop?
Yeah, okay. It's definitely in draft form because I had multiple comments and a few action items that I got pulled into. So reminder to colleagues, November 24th is your deadline for comments on that.
Okay, thank you. And then I think that maybe we can just update the SD7 language to reflect that we will aim at having a board level discussion on interim metrics during the January meeting. Yes, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, and I found myself thinking this morning when we had a conversation regarding executive compensation in closed session, that feels like that's something that at least needs to find its way onto the parking lot. I don't want to lose sight of that either.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the next page here, Mo. See if there's anything on these items. I have a couple items in progress here. Any updates that need to be made?
Want to wait till after we've acted to amend the language on SD2?
Yes. Yep, we'll update that for next month. Okay, and then if we could skip ahead to the parking lot and make sure that we get added to that parking lot list, talking about executive compensation and specific, I'd say metrics associated with how we want to handle that to address Craig's comment there. I know that was something that has come up a couple times this year, so we don't want to lose sight of it again. Anything else that we need to add to the parking lot at this time? All right, I am not seeing any hands or hearing any further comments. So with that, I believe we are finished for the day. And we'll see you guys all on Thursday in person. Thank you.